Hey everybody, what's going on? Everything doing okay? Everything sounding okay? Audio good, all that? Yada yada, welcome. Hello. Yeah, apparently I wasn't intending that, but that's like the first time I've hit the go live button on exactly the time. I actually thought I was gonna be a bit early. But yeah, anyway, I don't like this thing. I don't trust this thing. This fucker. Medion. I'm assuming we're going to figure out fairly soon what's going on here. But I got ideas. I got game theories. I got plans. This is true. This has been a trend. But yeah, there are a few things that I didn't even pick up on or really I didn't articulate last time that have set off very major alarm bells for me regarding these two. Well, I mean, one, you just know who Fidaniel is and who he turns out to be. You know, even saying like, oh, it's a completely different person. I mean, it's the same soul, whatever. But why the fuck did he teach his weird created bird thing the word for death? That's a bit that's a bit concerning. You know, a word that people like don't really use around here either. Hmm. Either he taught it that deliberately or he's just been talking about it so much that Medion picked up on it. Either way, not good. But yeah, this whole segment with the two of them is why I was really hammering so hard why the distinction between omoi and just saying feelings or whatever actually matters, because, you know, Medion isn't going to be influenced by and exert change on reality just by emotions here. Meaning, if Hermes or, you know, a bunch of other people in the our immediate vicinity were to say, I don't know, have some sort of absolute existential breakdown at the concept of death, that might influence Medion in a way, potentially. Or just the general concept of coming to terms with death and wanting to, like, you know, die in a final way. I really like the waterfalls Elpis says, but man, it's gotta suck for the people living in single-family homes below. No, this is Utopia. You don't complain about anything. Everything is perfect and nobody complains about anything, and if you do, we'll kill you with hammers. Just as Moore would have wanted. Don't look up what he thought about what would happen to people in Utopia if they refused to, like, you know, make chairs or whatever if they were a carpenter. It's not pretty. It was progressive for the time. Infinite water. But yeah, so basically, I think that there's like two or maybe three possible ways that this turns out. Either, Medion gets influenced by Hermes, and upon realizing the true scope of the universe and the finality of death, just chooses to kill itself. Like, she just goes, whoop, I'm out of here. Which then, like, completely breaks Hermes. Or, Medion goes out into space, actually does the whole go out into space thing, gets exposed to whatever is actually out within, Dunamis. Like, if there's any Dunamis-based life, gets influenced by that, and considering that they're going with it being dark energy, whatever is going to be existing within Dunamis is going to actively want the heat death of the universe. Yes, that is the pronunciation that they go with. Dynamis is technically a semi-valid translation slash pronunciation of it, but the term dunamis gets used when referring to Aristotle. Like, and that's the spelling that gets used when this, within, like, translations of Aristotle, which is what they're pulling from. Dunamis. Hey, don't blame me. Blame Aristotle. You blame the Greeks? Then that's fair. Well, I mean, very heavily the stuff in this zone is based on utopia. But in terms of the philosophy that they're exploring here, it's Aristotle. Well, you know, like entelecheia with... I don't actually remember the Greek or English pronunciation of entelecheia. Entelecheia. Yeah. But it's very interesting that they're doing that. That's a very interesting thing to be doing, and describing Dunamis as Dunamis in terms of, like, potentiality and, what is it, actuality, is fucking sick. It's such a good way to describe the, energy source that the player character is drawing on. It's such a cool way, and it makes it sort of, like, them using, idea for the ancients. You know, like in the actual Platonic sense. They're going deep with stuff and it's sick. But anyway, either, yeah, you know, this thing's gonna die horribly, or, you know, it's gonna go out, it's gonna see, gonna get influenced by the will within Dunamis, and decide to aid it in, accelerating the heat death of the universe. Because, you know, it's just dark energy, and so... if they're going with making it dark energy, they're not gonna make it so that dark energy doesn't want to accelerate the heat death of the universe. That's sort of the point. Dark energy being the thing, you know, that's theorized to be accelerating the expansion of the universe. Or, and this is the one that I think is the most likely, remember how in... I think it was in Heaven's Word? I can't remember which, I can't remember which Minfilia conversation it was. But remember how Minfilia said, like, oh, you know, there's still, like, the grief at the heart of the world that needs to be, like, uncovered. We need to learn of it. It was either Minfilia or Y'shtola talking about it. This is in, I guess this is in Japanese, not in English? Yes, of course. They didn't translate grief at the heart of the world into English at all. The phrase was entirely removed. They just said, like, oh, we need to learn more about this planet and its secrets. The phrase, the grief at the heart of the world, was not translated. But, if this fucking thing, responds to human will, human sentiment, human emotion, all of that together, and is also just like a pure funnel for Dunamis, which is capable of turning those, automatically translating those things into reality. Boy howdy, that sure sounds a lot like something that could be causing whatever the apocalypse was. Like, if this thing got embedded into the fabric of the planet itself, or into the fabric of reality, and started rewriting shit such that it accelerated what it believed everybody wanted, which was eventually to die. Boy howdy, that would line up with all of the things that they've been lining up for it. Like, I could very easily see them going with, all of them have accepted death, they are ready to die eventually, so I'm just accelerating things. Like, they all desire eventually to return to nothingness, and therefore, I'm giving that to them. As they all wish. Accelerate. And boy howdy, that would make a whole lot of sense if this thing lodged itself into the planet and started rewriting the laws of reality. That could cause, like, an apocalypse or something. Either way, this thing is either going to die or become the main villain. One of the two. It ain't ended good. Like, this thing is fucked. 100%, it ain't making it out. Could you imagine if it's neither? If it's neither and it's just like, I don't know, Emmett Silk with a steel chair. Also, Usui Nakama is hilarious. It's Ranjit. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. It would be Ranjit. But yeah, it is very, very important that it's not just emotion. And yeah, like, I could totally believe that they didn't have the story fully realized and, like, the full effects of what they wanted Dunamis to do until about midway through writing this expansion, but they very clearly, like, made it tie back to things that they did prior. I would be very surprised if the phrase, the grief at the heart of the world, didn't show up again, for example. You know? That's just sort of how iterative writing goes. Iterative storytelling. It's good. Big fan. Let's begin.
Dunamis, まさか、この期に及んで認知していない力があるとはな。しかも、星がいでは、そちらの方が多い、か。
Man, every time I see the spelling of it with an N, it's so weird. The Fan Daniel thing. Like, you'll change... Actually, I can't remember which one is which. Is it... No, I'm blanking on which one is which. Is it Dalagab or Dalamud that was the original? Which one do they say in English? It's Dalamud is the one that they say in English. Yeah, I don't know why. That one's... It's one of those things where it doesn't make sense. Right? Why change Fadaniel to Fandaniel? Why change Dalagab to Dalamud? Ain't no damn point. Huh. I would go with... Okay, so there's Dunamis. Oh, wait. hold up 1 second.
もっとも、私たちは、
I
星
need
と共
to...
に、星のために生きる存在だ。
Hold up,
エ
hold
ーテ
up.
ルが満ちているのにデュナミスを利用するなど、確かに、不条理でありえない話だ。
Hold up, hold up. I gotta fix the thing. 1 second. So that was Dunamis. Yeah. I can't believe that, yeah, after all this time, there was like an entire other force that we didn't know about at all. And, you know, to think it's, you know, the much more prevalent of, like, the much more prevalent force in the universe. Yeah, this basically lines up with, this is just like, this is what they are. Also, this is a very good way of wrapping the Asians up to make their previous actions make sense. By establishing them as, you know, people, like, citizens of Utopia, then the way that they act, the way that they talk, all of that starts to line up, where they've got the, you know, the robes and masks, because that's a thing from Utopia, of not wanting to stand out and have the hubris of differentiating yourself from your fellow men, etc., etc. And then lines like this, which is, you know, we live, like, with this world and for it. Yeah.
それは、それとして、ヘルメスの知識は目を見張るものがある。
To,
現在
like,
の
yeah,
14人
to
委員会に
use
専門の
Dunamis...
専門家がいないという点でも、奴が次期ファダニエルになるのは悪くない。
Yeah. The Orienai is a very fun word as well. But that previous line... Sorry, I'm getting thrown off because... I had the... Like, I turned down the in-game volume a ton and set it to not make noise while tabbed out. Because I was playing, like, Silk Song while waiting for dungeon queues to pop. And it's really throwing me off. So, to use Dunamis despite, you know, our world's abundance of ether is, you know, utterly absurd. You know, leaving that aside, however, Hermes' knowledge is remarkable. That alongside there being no... Yeah, astronomical experts within the Committee of 14, I don't believe... Yeah, I believe having him as the new Fedaniel would be proper. Or, yeah, I believe he would be a decent enough fit.
だが、いかんせん、本人の気が進まないときた。理由も、奴の中では、筋が通っているのだろうが、こちらには理解しがたい。
Yeah, but it seems like the man himself isn't particularly inclined. And whatever reason he may have may make sense to him, but I can't say it does for us. But I can't say it does for me, rather. Okay. There we go. And turn up the game volume. There we go. Ah, damn it, I want to know both of these. Your options are, hey, Emmett Silk, why did you join the Committee of 14? Or, hey, what's your specialty? Ah, I want to know both of these. Is there any way that I can know both of these? Crap. Actually, like, legitimately, what's the way to, like, cancel out of a quest dialogue and restart it? Because, I mean, I wanna know both.
おーと、その話を聞きたいかい？エメトセルクが何を見込まれ、どうして14人委員会に入ったのか。
I think that they just do both. I think that they just tell you both. Here. Oh, you wanna... This answer seems to me like you get both. Though. Oh, you wanna know about that? Why, Nani o mikomare?
いいとも、この私が説明しよう。始まりは、そう。
Of course, killing the game. Oh, yeah, mikomare. Like, what made him stand out. Yeah, that makes sense. Why did you join the Committee of 14? So, to explain. Let me start from the beginning. Yamero damare oyobi janai. This is the absolute peak Emmett Silk line. Yamero damare oyobi janai. If you had to sum up Emmett Silk's character in one sentence. Stop, shut up, nobody asked. Well, that's more like stop, shut up, you don't need to do that. They don't need to hear that. That's probably what I would go with. Like, stop, shut up, they don't need to hear that. Literally just shut up. Telling his little ass, just shut up.
知るべきは私じゃなく、ヘルメスだ。さあ、あいつの仕事ぶりを引き続き視察していくぞ。
Truly the boys are back in town. We're trying to learn about Hermes here, not me. Now then, let's get back to overseeing his work. The inn, on the other hand, not another word. That's not terrible, but it's not as fun. It really doesn't capture the same bite of him actually saying damare. Damare is such a fun word. Honestly, it's even stronger than saying shut up in English. It's really not a thing that you should say.
待たせてすまない。こちらが確認しておきたかったことは、すべて確かめることができた。
Oh, sorry for the wait. I've looked over everything I wanted to for now.
アンペロスもこのまま行けば無事に地上に放たれることになるだろ
う。The Amparos. At this rate, the Amperos should be able to be released on the surface.
ただ、それとは別に気がかりな話を聞いたんだ。この近くで行われているカリュブリスの観察が思わしくない状況になっているらしい。
I don't know if I would describe it as a male tsundere because he isn't really getting flustered. Right? Like, it doesn't really sound like he's mad. It more sounds like he's exasperated. right? Like, that's the thing that they're really going with, is just like, dude, shut up. Oh, no. Okay, I heard some... Yeah, I heard something troubling. Wait a minute. Corius... Corius... Oh no, that isn't, what I was thinking it was. That isn't Caladrius, never mind. Wait a minute, isn't that the fucking... Yeah, that's the sea monster. Okay, the Corybudius, whatever, is, like undergoing observation nearby and is in a poor state.
次はその現場に行ってみようと思う。
Okay, I'd like to go there
エメト
next.
セルクとヒュトロダエウスも出発しよう。天側縁がある浮島、ノトスの簡単の北側だ。
Yeah, Emetzel, Kithrodes, we're heading out. Okay, let's go. Floating island to the north. Notos? Hold up, how do I get up there, though? Look, katakana is infinitely harder than kanji. So, I saw, like, Audi, which really, you know, like, I saw that general thing and had to, like, my brain just kind of auto-filled it to Caladrius. I'm sorry, why did you give your flying mounts, horrible sharp teeth and pelican gullets?
なんだか大ごとになっちゃいましたね。エル
Oh, this is like a really big deal.
青くてピカピカ
Yeah, why is this one like all blue and sparkly?
鳥、いや、ヘビ、それともヒレを持つ海洋生物か
Emetzelk is just very sick of this shit. You know, like a bird? No, a snake. Maybe some sort of like, yeah, finned, you know, sea creature. What is this thing?
カリュブディスだね。だけど、個体ごとにエーテルの属性バランスが少し違う。
Oh, okay. So this is
ということは、イデアを元に作
yeah,
った
the
第
etheric
一世代
base,
じゃなくて、そこ
the
から繁殖
etheric
させた
balance
も
of
の
them
かな。
is slightly different. Huh. That's an interesting distinction. So then, like, this isn't like a first generation created from the idea, but like successive bred generation. Yeah, so this one's all fucked.
カリュブディスの観察、ご苦労様。一部の個体に問題が出ていると聞いたのだが。
Yes, I've heard that you were in charge of observation of the Corybudius. God, I can't pronounce that for so long. Corybudius. I heard that there was a problem with one of the specimens.
ええ、そうなんです。
Did we miss out on the... Optional dialogue. Oh, damn it. Wait a second. There is optional dialogue where... Fuck. Oh, I might need to restart the quest. Crap. How do I... Wait, shit. How do you do this? How do you do that? There is, like, apparently a very large section of optional dialogue. It's wherever this was? Ah, damn. Wait, shit. Okay, yeah, then I need to exit out, go to the journal, and abandon. So, what, I just skip this cutscene... Go to the journal. How do you abandon quests? Because you can't abandon this one. How do you restart a quest? I cannot right-click it. Did we just skip a cutscene that I should have not skipped whatsoever under any circumstance then? Wonderful. I did this on fucking good faith. Oh no. New Game Plus always exists. Do you have any idea how long it would take? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to go back and do that cutscene from the journal thing. But you can't do that to get the optional dialogue. I'll just find that scene in Japanese. Shit. The problem is that I'm not gonna be able to, like, New Game Plus restart this single, like, any of the things that are not cutscenes, I'm not going to be able to check. The country, well, actually, I can fix that myself. I can just go to Garland Tools and pull up the Japanese for this segment. Like, that's just, I can just do that. This is going to be a bit awkward. I apologize. I can just pull this up in Japanese. One moment, please. Okay, and I did even find, I did find the Emmett Salkalt dialogue through this as well, which should be... Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I think I'll do... We're gonna have to tenant this quest for a second here. So, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna finish the quest with that missing cutscene. Once we finish the quest, I'm gonna go back and get the cutscene from the cutscene replay thing, and do the Emmett Salkalt dialogue. Sound good? We're gonna have to do this in a little bit. We're gonna have to memento / tenant / whatever, non-linear storytelling.
さて、エメトセルクは向こうに行ったね。そこで私の考えた作戦なんだけど。
You didn't miss much, trust me. I mean, still. Okay, and it's all, oh, I don't know, like, where they're talking about he say went somewhere, like it was my own plan, but
エメトセルクにカリュブディスの補助をやってもらうのさ。
Okay, and it's always gonna help, like actually going to help the deal with
彼
the
なら
cloud.
変
Okay.
身しなくても空を飛べるし、風脈だって見えている。
Oh. Oh. Okay, yeah. Henshin? Yeah, okay, even without like altering his body, he can fly. You know, you can see the atmospheric ley lines after all.
カリュブディスの飛行を補助する風魔法だって適切に繰り出してくれるはずだよ。
Okay, he's going to like make some sort of magic to assist the Karyudisu?
それは
Be
そう
able
か
to
も
fly?
しれないが、さすがに
Or something?
申し訳なさすぎるのでは？
You know, that's like I'm glad to hear that, but is you know, like should a member of the 14 really be going this far? For our sakes?
大丈夫、大丈夫。さっきも言ったけど、君がひょいっと転身してたって東大のファダニエルに報告するよりはいくらも気が楽しさ。
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what they're talking about since things are out of context. I'm not like they must have said something about. Is this actually like Henshin? Henshin? Like even, you know, transforming is all of a sudden is easier than reporting an issue like this to the current Fidaniel?
いいかい、オレオ。まずは君がエメトセルクに頼みがあると切り出すんだ。
Okay, okay, listen up. First, tell Emitsulk you have a favor to ask.
すると彼はまず間違いなく嫌だと言うだろう。それでひるんではいけないよ。しつこくお願いだと伝えれば勝てる。
嫌だと言うだろう. This is the same Ia. This is his catchphrase, Ia. He will, without a doubt, reply that you being there is a pain. Don't be scared away by that, just keep telling him please and you'll win.
よし、
He'll give in
それなら
eventually.
君たちの健闘を祈っているよ。
We're seriously, Hithlodeus is telling us to go up to Emitsulk and just go please, 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 please. 突撃だ. Okay. Now then, like full speed ahead. Good luck.
チャットの会話モードを正モードにしてキーボードやソフトウェアキーボードで頼みがあるを含む。
頼みがある。嫌だ。絶対に嫌だ。This is also the sort of thing where it's it's a shame that they didn't translate characters having these sort of signature phrases, right? Like they didn't really translate, or they didn't translate at all. What's his name? Hoshivant's E, which really should have been consistent every time. だから私にも言われてもだな。Like, no, like, no matter how many times you ask me, no matter what you say,
君ならばそのカリブディスが飛ぶのを助けてくれる。必ずそうしてくれるはずだと聞いた。
okay. We heard that you would be able to help the Koryudubus fly. You could definitely do it. You definitely would, so please.
どうか頼む。
偉大なるエミトセルクよ。
飛び方を教えてやってくれ。
Oh, great Emmett Selk, please. I beg you. Please teach this little one how to fly.
じゃないとヘルメス、今からここで大胆に変身する。
If you don't, Hermes, right here and now, is going to, like, transform? 転身する? Wait, no, what do you mean 転身?
こうなったら手を貸してあげた方が早いと思うな。
Wait a minute, what do you mean? Is 転身... Wait, so, hold up. No, am I completely misunderstanding? This 転身 is talking about, like... Oh, this has got to be completely different context. Okay, no, this isn't talking about transformation. He's talking about, like, this is about the job offer, right? But I had no context. Yeah, for some reason, my brain was just, like, without any of the context, I was like, wait a minute, were you talking about literally, like, is this, like, a weird way to talk about transforming? No, he's literally talking about, like, changing his job or something? I didn't have the fucking context. And so my brain, I just didn't think that this was what he was threatening. Think back on Shiva. Yeah, I don't really know what context they're using this in still. What was his actual threat? Because the way that they're using this word was very weird. I'm sure that they explained it in the scene that we skipped. They are talking about turning into things? Okay, well, what the fuck? Ah! That's a weird way. That's a weird word to use for that. Because that tenshin is usually, like, used to mean, like, you know, changing your occupation. Oh, but then that does make sense because the whole Final Fantasy job system and stuff. Okay. That does make sense. Kind of. That's just a weird word to use. So I was right the first time. And yeah, now that it's come to this, I think it would be faster if we just, you know, lended a hand. We just helped out.
何がおやおやだ。
何がおやおやだ。
お前だろ。
Okay, so the previous was like, oh my, oh my. Oh my. Now that it's come to this, I suppose it would be faster if you just lended them a hand. What do you mean, oh my? Yeah, you're the one who planned this. Don't lie to me.
そんな人聞きの悪い。私はただそういう素晴らしい選択肢もあるって提示をしたまでさ。
Yeah, how like, yeah, how terrible, how awful you on it. I was just presenting you a wonderful option as a possibility. You know, one potential option. They're really painting him into a corner here. Hythlodeus is a real piece of shit. Please, Emmett Selk. God damn. He's being backed into a corner.
私は手伝いのために来たんじゃない。それだけはよくよく覚えておけよ。
よくよく覚えておけよ。Amazing. I'm not here to help. Make sure you remember that. Yay! He's here to help. We should ask him for help with anything. Hell yeah. The snap.
おい、地上からカリブディスを飛ばすのはお前がやれ。私が力を貸すのは空中での補助だけだ。
Hey. Okay, you send the, you get the, Caribdis, flying. Yeah, I'm just going to... The only thing I'm going to do is provide, give it some support once it's in the air.
それじゃあ私たちはこの辺りから見物していようか。
Now then. Let's find, like, a good place to watch. The Kimbutsu there is, like, actually talking about some... being, like, a spectator. We're getting a good seat. Literally, we're getting a good seat.
さっきの質問だけど、ほら、エメとセル君がなぜ14人委員会に入ったのかって話。
Yeah. About your question earlier, you know, about why Emmett Silk joined the... Or, like, why he joined, why he was let into the Committee of
実
14.
は最初に14人委員会への誘いを受けたのは彼じゃなく私だったんだ。エーテルを見る目を買われてね。
Yeah, okay, actually, the first one of us to be invited to the Committee of 14 was me, not him. You know, they very highly valued my ability to see ether.
でも私は断った。確かに見ることにかけては人並み以上だけれど、あくまでも見るだけだ。
But I refused. Yeah, while my sight might be a bit better than most, at the end of the day, that's all that it is. Seeing.
エーテルを操作する方はどちらかというと下手な部類なのさ。実際転身もできないしね。
When it comes to manipulating, when it comes to controlling ether, if anything, I'm on the clumsy side. In fact, I can't even transform properly.
見て
It's like, yeah, I
知る
can't
こと
even
ができて
transform.
も結果に対応する術がなくちゃ
Or
仕
like
方ないだろ。
transform ether, I guess. I'm still not entirely, I'm still gonna need to go back and see exactly what they mean by Tenshin. Even if you can see it and understand it. Like, if you can't do anything about like, if you can't do anything about it, then there's no point, right?
その点、エメとセルクは完璧だ。エーテルが見えるだけじゃなく、それを自在に引き寄せて強大な魔法を使うことができる。
But on that front, Emmett Silk is perfect, is flawless. And not only can he see ether, he can also freely draw it into himself or towards himself, and create incredibly powerful magic. Or,
あれ
yeah,
ほど偉
use
大な魔導
incredibly
士を
powerful magic.
私は他に知らないよ。
I cannot think of a more powerful mage. Why are you giving me those
だから
eyes?
私は彼を推したんだけど、彼を推薦する声は他にもたくさん届いていたんだ。それも世界中からね。
Okay. That's why I endorsed him. You know, but plenty of others did as well. From all over the world.
なんでも以前彼に手を貸してもらった人たちが、彼の実力は確かなものだって声を上げたらしい。
Oh, apparently people who, you know, he helped out in the past, you know, all proclaimed his, you know, his skill as the real deal.
トニーは驚いたんじゃないかな。彼としては人助けをしてたつもりなんてこれっぽっちもなかったようだからね。
Ah, this is great. You know, I think that came to as a shock to him. I mean, after all, he didn't even really seem to think that he had helped anyone.
私とエメとセルクにはもう一人仲のいい友人がいるんだ。
Emitsalk and I have another very good friend.
それがまあなんというか面白い人でね。やらなくてもいいことにいちいち首を突っ込んであわや大惨事みたいなことが常で。
Amazing. I'm assuming he's referring to us. Well, how do I say it? They're an interesting person. You know? They're always sticking their nose into things that they really have no business doing. Awaya Daisanji みたいなことが。how do you translate this? I'm not quite sure whether or not. I think in English you would say, like, you would maybe say something like, you know, they're always getting into, like, sticking their nose where it doesn't belong, then running to us, saying something along the lines of, it's a disaster, you guys. But it's just like, you know, they keep getting into trouble and causing a big ol' ruckus, essentially.
エメとセルクは呆れてばかりだけど、まあ心配もしているわけさ。
呆れてばかりだけど。呆れてばかり。What is the word for this in English? I'm trying to think. It's not like... it's along the lines of saying, like, exasperated, right? You might say something like, Emitsalk always seems fed up with their nonsense, but, you know, deep down he really is worried about them.
だから呼ばれればついていくし、必要だと判断すれば助っ人に駆けつける。
Yeah, so, you know, like when they would ask for help, he'd go along, and if he really thought that it was necessary, he would, you know, he would lend a hand. You know, he'd rush to lend a hand.
結果として周りからはエメトセルク自身が人助けをしてるように思われたってわけだ。
Amazing. Yeah, as a result, you know, the public at large has an image of Emmett Salk as, like someone who always, like, shows up wherever he's needed, like wherever help is needed.
本当にとびきり愉快な友人たちさ。
Yeah. とびきり愉快な友人たち。And then, yeah, this is great. I would probably, there's a lot of different ways that you could translate this line, but I would probably go with, like, because it's both saying that they're, this has a little bit of a double meaning of saying, like, they're good friends, but also it's kind of just fun to watch their antics. So in English, I would probably say something along the lines of, like, really, like, they're the best friends I could ever ask for.
彼らの望みが叶うようにすること。それが私にできる最良の星への貢献だ。
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen, though. Like, that's why making... I mean, I guess you would just say, like, making their, like, you know, their wishes come true is the like, greatest contribution I can give to this world.
エメトセルクは14人委員会の座は名数に等しいと言うけれど。
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot about this. It's like, Emmett Silk says, like, the, is that actually... Did I screw this up the last time? Give me a second to think about this. Because I was very, very tired last time. And kinda still am. No, I think I was pretty much right. Like, Emmett Silk says like, you know, like, a seat on the... Like, a position in the Committee of 14 is for life, but...
だったら私の名数は友人たちのそれに等しいのだろうと思うよ。
Or, like, is their life. Oh, man. Okay. Fuck, this is hard. So, basically, the more literal translation of mes is, like, lifespan. So I guess you would have to rework it to something like... It's just so awkward to say, like, you know, for a member of the Committee of 14, their like, lifespan and tenure are one and the same. Right? Because then his Lodeus here is saying, you know, my life. Is like like, I don't know what they would have translated this into the English in the base game, but it's like, this is really poignant. I think I've got it. I think I've got it. I just had to divorce the English from my mind. Or like, I had to, you know, divorce the strict Japanese pattern from my mind. I would go with something along the lines of, well, no, it's not that they die after they're done working. It's, he said that, you know, when people resign from the Committee of 14, it's typically to return to the Earth. Or return to Arteris, which was described as, you know, reverting to pure ether and going back into the flow of the world. I think you would go with something along the lines of, you know, Emmett Selk said that, like, when one resigns from the Committee of 14, it's because it's their time to go. So for me, like, when my friends go, so will I. He's explicitly tying his lifespan to his friends. Very, very poignant. But if you look at it the other way around, it would be him saying, like, there wouldn't be much point in me sticking around on this world without the two of them. Yeah, the more I think about it, I would go with something along those lines. Like, Emmett Selk said that when someone resigns from the Committee of 14, it's because it's their time to go. And so, for me, like, when my friends go, so will I.
いけないね。つい語っちゃった。どうにも君には親近感が湧いてしまうものだから。
Yeah, you can kind of hear the fluctuation in his voice there. Oh, I've probably said a bit too much. I guess you would go with, like, I just can't help but feel, you know, comfortable around you.
やっぱりその色、君の中にある色のせいかな。
君の中に。
これほど似ているのに違うものだなんて。
That has to be on
そんなこと
purpose.
ある?
That's gotta be on purpose. That's the exact same wording for the Kimi no naka no sonzai. Yeah, that color. No, that color within you. And for something to be that similar and yet different, is that even possible?
すごい！カリュバディス上手！
Wow, the core universe. It's flying so well. Yeah, I mean, that's very effective. They've been
あれならもう大丈夫。飛ぶ練習は終わりで良さそうだ。
they've been portraying Hippolytus in the Japanese as being sort of like a, you know, he's constantly smiling, but he's constantly saying pretty like biting things, being a little bit of an asshole in a way. But then he just goes out and gives like the most severe, pointed, like, statement of I mean, I guess you really can't describe that as anything other than love, right? Ah, yes. Looks like it'll be fun. Looks like, you know, its flying lessons are done. I mean, I think that that's...
エメとセルクに手を振ってあげなよ。
It is a fairly standard... It is a fairly standard way of wording that, but I do think that saying, you know, Kimi no naka no iro, and then Kimi no naka no sonzai, I think that that's probably kind of pointed. Because then they're, you know, that's giving the, sort of the context to it. Like, you know, they're referring to Azem before. Like, Azem's soul. La Habrea wouldn't be able to see the color of our soul. Yeah, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize it, but he would be able to see, like, he would be able to see that there's something odd. It would make sense for La Habrea to be able to see that there was something up. Okay, go over there and, like, wave to Emmett Silk. That'll... You know, to tell him to come down.
ほら、浮島の端まで行って、エメとセルクに手を振ってあげなよ。終了。飛べたんだ。あれほど自由に。
It's flying so well on its
オレオ、
own.
見てみて。カリブ。
Yay. It's amazing. It's all thanks to MSQ. Wait, which actual emote do I need to be using here? It's not gonna be the wave goodbye.
エメとセルクは、こちらの意図に気づいて。
Yeah. Emote action. There it is.
エメとセルクが、こちらに気づいたようだ。カリュブディスに指示を出し。
Okay, Emmett Silk looks like he saw it. He's coming down.
ありがとう、エメとセルク。カリュブディスが、君の適切な指導のおかげで、あんなにも悠々と飛べるようになった。
Thank you, Emmett Silk. Thanks to your guidance. The Koryubudis. My brain just wants to go the other way on it. You know, can fly so freely now.
本当、危なげなかったね。おかげで、のんびり休憩できてしまったよ。
It was like everything turned out well. We were able to take
よ
a
く言う
we were able to take a nice break. It was a good break. Easy for you to say.
最初の方こそ補助が必要だったが、後半はほとんど自力で飛んでいた。あの調子なら今後は補助もいらないだろ
Okay. Yeah, at first it needed some help, but yeah, afterwards it was flying almost entirely on its own. Most likely won't need any help in the future. Should be fine from here on out.
う。皆さん、お疲れ様です。
Thank you so much. Yeah, good work out there, everyone.
少し離れたところから見ていましたが、このカリブディスでもしっかり飛べていましたね。
Okay, I was watching from a bit further away, but yeah. I see this this was flying quite well.
これで水属性に偏ったカリブディスにも飛行能力はあると実証された。
Okay, this is proven that Karyubi is even one that like particularly biased towards water is still able to fly.
今回は人が補助したが、彼らは群れをなす性質がある。経験が蓄積されていけば、同じような個体が生まれても、群れの仲間が補助するようになるかもしれない。
This time, like we humans provided assistance, but naturally they form like groups. So with enough experience, yeah, even if similar individuals are born later, the group should be able to assist them.
その点も踏まえて、もう少し観察を続けてほしい。
So with taking that into consideration, with that in mind, I'd like you to continue, I'd like to continue their observation for a little bit longer.
ヘルメス所長がそう言うのであれば、
If you say so, Hermes, Director Hermes, yes.
ただ、そういった可能性にかけるよりも、水属性に偏った例外の個体が生じないよう、イデアを調整してもらう方が確実だと思うのですが。
However, rather than, betting on that, like the possibility of rather than betting on the group supporting them, wouldn't it be safer to adjust the idea such that individuals such as this one cannot be born? With this.
すでに彼らはここにいるんだ。まずは目の前のものと徹底的に向き合ってくれ。
Oh yeah, the music cuts. So the last guy said like, "Hey, why don't we adjust the idea so that, there aren't any mutated or standout individuals with an imbalance towards one attribute or the other." Music cuts and Hervey says, "Yeah, it's already here. The individual is already before you." まずは目の前のもの向き合ってくれ。This 向き合ってくれ is also a bit awkward. Like, the point that they're going for here is, he's saying, hey, why don't we make it so that, like, future individuals like this can't be born? And he's saying you have to look at it for what it is already, rather than, like, trying to change it. He's very much going on the route of, like, just because they're different, even if they're different in a way that is explicitly, like, makes their life harder, we shouldn't change it or whatever. I think you would say, like, it's the specimen the individual is already here before us. Do not deny its existence. Or something along those lines.
Hi, 了解です。
Hi, yokai desu. Yes, I understand. He seems like exasperated by this.
ヘルメス。
Hermes.
大丈夫だ。
I'm fine.
さて、直近で予定していた仕事は、これで、すべて終了となる。
Now then, that concludes all of my, duties for the day.
ここで一旦休憩にするにせよ、別の仕事場を視察してもらうにせよ、ひとまずは、アナグノリシス転足園に戻るとしよう。
Okay, so whether we're going to take a break or whether there's like any other work that you would like to inspect, for now let's go back to Anagunorisu Norishis. Okay. Katakana name hard. Anagunorishus. Anagunorishus. Norishisu. Norishisu. That's so awkward to say. Anagunorishisu. Yeah, that just means nothing to me. Ugh. And it's weird. Like, I don't feel tired, but I do feel out of it. In a weird way. I think it's just the result of, like, accidentally skipping that one cutscene, and now I'm just completely thrown off balance.
なかなか興味深い視察だったよ。最後は、特に、良い思い出になったとも。今更だが、こんなたわいもない仕事でよかったのだろうか。お仕事、完了。創造生物。
You have to actually finish the quest to
な
get
ん
it.
だ、無理やり手伝いをさせたことに、謝罪でもしてくれるのか？
What, have you come to apologize for like, forcing me to help?
だとしたら、不要だ。私は、手っ取り早い対処法として、手伝っただけだ。断じて、お前たちの推しに負けたわけじゃない。
Okay, now he's going full tsundere. If that's your intention, there's no need. Now, I just helped out because it would be, like, it was the fastest possible way to get things done. It's not like I, it's not as though I caved to your pressure. You're pressuring. Now I should be able to. Now I should be able to. Honestly, yeah, it might be electrolytes. Or something. I really do need to time this to see what the fastest way to get into an inn is. I think it's this one that I've got, like, this is the fastest one I've got available to me. At present, I think. Charlene is also... God damn it.
Yeah.
This is... They only give you the voiced one, you don't get the other one. God damn it. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Okay, let me just pull up Garland tools and see what I can do. I'm just gonna skim this. Okay, they said like, we're talking to the researchers, they say that the Codius is like a marine life form. However, it's like, yeah, or it's based on a marine life form structure. Its base structure has been adapted for the life on land by like increasing its affinity to air, to wind. It can fly. There weren't any issues with the, like, individuals bred from the ideas, so we watched them. This is, like, the 3rd generation, and now, like, a, outlier has been born with, strong, like, incredibly strong marine characteristics. Its affinity with water is particularly strong, yada yada. Due to its affinity with water, its affinity with wind has been significantly weakened. So, no matter how many times it tries, it just can't fly. The 3rd generation seems to be rather unstable. Okay, so we were going to request an adjustment of the idea with the, like, Management Bureau, which Hermes isn't going to want. He's going to want them to stay as they are. Flaws and all. Yeah, Hermes says it's strongly biased towards water, makes it, you know, more difficult for it to control wind. No, there are some interesting lines in here. So, like, Hermes saying, perhaps, like, due to its failure in attempting to fly, it's developed a fear of flight. That's an interesting line, actually. Okay, then 自分が転身して共に飛び Yeah, I will transform, use, and fly alongside it, using magic. Like, wind control of, yeah, I'll control the wind, help it fly. The research assistant goes, what, no, I don't think you need to go that far. And then here Emmett Silk actually explains the whole Tenshin thing. What, you don't know about transformation? Yeah, you really don't seem to know much of anything, do you? Transformation uses, like, vast quantities of ether to create another body other than your own. Yeah, by shedding the shackles of your flesh and taking on a form that suits the, like, the power you seek. Your abilities skyrocket. However, like, performing this in front of others is, you know, considered a, like, ostentatious show of force. Yeah, it's an act as shameful, as embarrassing, as, you know, like, shedding your robe and running around naked. And the thing is that the tool that I'm using, Garland Tools, has it has all the character lines chunked, so presumably there's some sort of back and forth between these. So, like, Emmett Silk is going to say, like, hey, Hermes, You usually, that's a great line from itself saying, hey, Hermes, do you normally, just, you know, transform in front of other people like this? Just at the drop of that, you know. Fudankara, like, do you routinely transform in front of other people? Or like, yeah, in front of strangers? Hermes goes, no. No, I do not. It's just that the best way to, you know, teach this one to fly would be to, you know, it's like the best way for me to be able to manipulate wind and fly through the air would be transforming. Yeah. Okay. You might think that it's, you know, overkill or it's outrageous to do such a thing for a simple observation task, but for the Karyu Buddhist, it's, you know, a matter of life and death. Like, yeah, it is my duty to do everything that I can to help them. As such, there is no shame in it. And it goes, I mean, even if you say that, okay, then Hippolytus comes in and says, okay, I've got an idea. I think I have a good idea. And so could you take the flightless Paryubidis somewhere away from the others? Yeah, everyone else, stay back here. There's something I need to prepare. Okay, great line from Emmett Silk. Like, what sort of scheme are you planning here, Hippolytus? Scheme? Nothing of the sort. I mean, after all, you don't want to have to report to the Committee of 14 that the, yep, Hermes, you know, recklessly transformed himself, would you? You don't want to have to put that in your report? So then, trust me and, you know, go already. Again, apologies for this. I wanted to get bonus dialogue, and now we're doing this complete ridiculous nonsense. Okay, Emmett Salk is asking, are the preparations done? This is probably bonus dialogue between the things. Ooh, there is a very, very important line from Medion here, though, in between these things. So, Medion says, if they don't get approved, all of the Karyubudis will Mina shinu ni naru. Like, they will, yeah, die. So, we need to help them fly. Yeah, this is the second time now that she's used the word shinu. in a way that you probably wouldn't normally. Okay, anyway. That was that section. Now then, the bonus dialogue with Emmett Salk about the Committee of 14. Actually, we should probably do this. I'll do this at the end of the stream. I'll do the Emmett Salk bonus dialogue at the end. Because that is going to turn into like a whole ass long ass section of just like standing in a room reading out dialogue. But it is very interesting. I do very much want to know all of this stuff. You come? Oh, what? Like some sort of... What the fuck? What's going on?
オレオ、こうして戻ってきたわけだが、君の求めていた情報は少しでも得られただろうか?
Okay, we're back. Did you figure out any of those, anything that you were trying to, yeah, did you get the information you were looking for? You can either say, like, not really, not yet. And maybe Dunamis has something, I'm gonna say, like, hey, maybe Dunamis has something to do with it.
デュナミスが君の目的と関係しているのか? それはまた随分と珍しい案件のようだ。
And Dunamis has something to do with what you were here for? Well, whatever that might be, it must be quite, yes, unusual.
おや、ヘルメス省長がちょうどいいところにいてくださった。
Oh, Director Hermes. Perfect. Yeah, perfect timing. I was just
自分に
looking
何
for
か
you.
用だろうか?
Is there anything you need from me?
いやね、またあの炎狼リュカオンがやらかしたんですよ。
No, just, you know, the flame wolf Dukon is, like, is at it again.
今日は野原に放ってどうこうを観察する予定だったんですが、あいつと来たら放った途端に大暴れ。近くにいた会長オキュペテを片っ端から殺したんです。
Okay, today we're, like, plans to, well, there were plans to release it out into the, fields to observe its behavior, but the second it was released, it went berserk and slaughtered every single one of the, nearby Occupete. You know, like those birds. Like a
食事は
weird bird.
十分に足りていたのだろうか? オキュペテからリュカオンを挑発したりは?
Did he have enough? Like, was it fed properly? Did the, Occupete provoke, Icon and Dukaon and Kaon in some way?
その
Dukaon?
あたりの不備はありませんよ。単純にリュカオンは気性が荒すぎる。
Yeah, that's like no on both fronts. You know, it was fed properly and there was no, like, provoking behavior from the birds. Simply put, the Ducon's disposition is simply too violent.
非常に完成された美しい生物であることは間違いないので、そういった報告を受けた上でも創造物管理局はイデアの登録に踏み切るでしょう。
Ah, okay. There's no doubts that it's like a well-crafted, beautiful creature. However, I'm not sure whether after, hearing this report, the Creation Administration Bureau will accept the idea.
ただ、あくまでイデアを保管しておくだけで、実際に世界に放たれることはない、そんなケースに落ち着くんじゃないかと思います。
However, personally, I believe that this will likely result in the idea being kept, or being deposited without the creature itself being released into the world. I believe that that's the most probable case.
エルピスにおいても、もう研究すべき点はありません。間もなく、主担当のドーロスが、観察用に創造したリュカオンをエーテルに戻すでしょ
う。Okay, so here's where we're gonna see Hermes, go kinda crazy. Most likely. There's no point in further study in Oedipus, so the main researcher Doros will return Yukon to Ether.
現場はどこだ？
Where is it now?
そこの門を出て、道なりに南西へしばらく進むと正面に見えてくるはずですよ。ドーロスたちがまだ残っているかはわかりませんが。
Okay, exit the gate, head southwest along the road. Head straight and you should see it. Not sure. Doros.
あ、待って、ヘルメス。
Oh, wait, Hermes. Doros? Maybe. I don't know. Katakana is hard.
これも奴の仕事なら、私には見届ける義務がある。すぐに追いかけるぞ。
And this is part of his job, then it's still my obligation, it's still my duty to watch over it. Let's go. Or, yeah, let's go. Alright, peace out, 4B. They started 4 p.m. my time. But I understand it's not particularly, friendly for other time zones and stuff. There really isn't a good time that's, all time zone friendly. It's 1 a.m. where you are? Damn. Oh, when I start, it's 1 a.m. Damn. Okay, this is how you know I'm out of it. For some reason, I was just running instead of using a mount. Very weird. What in the goddamn is that thing? I don't like that. I don't like that.
これはまた随分と派手に暴れたな。当のリュカオンはどこへ行った？
Yukon. I went on quite the
この
rampage
鳥、
where his
ほっとけても決して弱い生き物ではないはずだよ。
well, where's the Yukon itself? And these birds, the Okipete, are by no means
見
weak.
ての通り大型で牛や馬に似た屈強な足と角を持つ。それによって鳥でありながら地上での戦
Yeah, it says like a large bird with hooved feet. You can see the concept of being like a bird, but you know, being capable of fighting on ground.
爪痕に噛み傷、それから火傷の後、間違いない。炎を送る狼、リュカオンにやられたんだ。
Claw and bite marks and you know signs of burns, and there's no doubt this was done by the flame manipulating wolf Yukon.
だが、リュカオンと観察者たちの姿がない。もう引き上げてしまったようだ。
Okay, there's no sign of Yukon or its observers. They must have left already.
主担当を務めるドーロスはこの先にある12節の園を観測拠点にしているはず。自分はそこへ向かって
12節
彼から事情を聞いてくる。
Hitsu. What? Like, I guess that's like verse? Probably? I don't know. I'm not gonna try with this name. Like, these place names are ridiculous. I'm gonna get stuck on these forever. Okay, the main staff member, Doros, should be using, like, what, the 12? Let me see what they went for in the official English for this one. This does not make any damn sense to me. Did you say 12 wonders? Wonder? Okay, so they just gave up 2. But whatever. Okay, we're just going over to that place to
リュカオンが逃げ
investigate.
出したという線がないか見ておくよ。そうだとしたら危ないからね。
Okay, so Emmett and I will go see if it's escaped. After all, that would be the most dangerous eventuality.
感謝する。後ほど12節の園で合流しよう。
My
メイテ
thanks.
ィオンは
Okay,
オレオの案
we'll
内
go
を。
here.
君たちは焦らずに来てくれ。
Yeah, the garden, like the 12. Fuck, that's throwing me so hard. There's so many different things that the Sitsu could be. What? Which meaning is this supposed to be? Like what? It could even be like 12 season. Like what? The 12 seasons?
オレオ、
Maybe.
一緒に行こう。このまま南西、橋の向こうが12節の園。
Maybe?
これはまた随分と派手に暴れたな。当のリュカオンはどこへ行った？
Is there a way to weaponize Japanese and speak so vaguely nobody knows what you're talking about, but it still grammatically sounds so nobody can call you out? Yes, it's called keigo. And it's also called literally watch any, like, Japanese political speech. You could talk forever in Japanese and say literally nothing.
この鳥、オキュペテも決し、見て。
Oh yeah, same line. The circular island could be literal, that the island can be divided into 12 parts. Maybe. I mean, yeah, it could be, hold up, like, it might be that literally there's, like, 12 sections of this garden area, right? Like, that could be what they're going with. Kanezena talks like that? Not really. Might be the, yeah, it might just be the 12 gardens, like, that could be a thing that you just go for. I think it's just supposed to sound cool. Like, that's it, really. You're not really supposed to think about it too hard, it's just supposed to sound cool. Like, I'm pretty sure that basically any native Japanese speaker who is going to look at this would just say, like, oh, 12節. Oi. That's it, they're just not gonna think about it that much. Right? In the same way that, like, you know, you see a place name in English or something, and you don't, like, think about the actual meaning of all of it. It's just, that's the place name.
この先が12節の園、ヘルメスはドーロス探してるはず。私たちも探そう。
いや、12節の絵。
ドーロス
Okay,
は
let's look for them.
確か金の髪を束ねた男の人。観察者いっぱいいるけど、2人なら見つけられるはず。
As a man with, like, golden... That's blonde. Gold blonde. Pair. Could be able to find him. Yeah, that's, No, no. I'm not gonna check all of the wrong people.
Ah, いた。ドーロス。
Oh, you said
誰
Doros.
かと思えば、メーティオンじゃないか。お使いでも頼まれたの
Oh,
か。
if it isn't Median. Are you running errands or something? Are you running an errand? Hmm.
ドーロス、見つけたぞ。
Doros, we found you.
君たちも探してくれていたんだな。聞き慣れた声がしたおかげで彼に気づけた。協力に感謝する。
I'm assuming that they're just, like, he's going to have unilaterally just gotten rid of the wolf. Like, that's what's gonna happen here, right? Like, he's just gonna go, yeah, the thing went on a fucking rampage, I got rid of it, what's the problem? You were looking for him too, thanks to that, I was able to find him. Okay, thank you for the help.
君は炎狼リュカオンの観察を担当していたな。彼らはどうした？
Things the entire speed. I mean, they're being... I mean... Oh no, now they do say karera. I think that's the first time that they've indicated that it was plural. That might be the first time they've indicated that it was plural. I might have just skimmed over it before. But this is the first time that they actually say plural. Because remember, there are no, like, you don't have noun plurals in Japanese. You can't say, like, you'd have to say ryukaon tachi if you wanted to indicate plural. Which I don't think they did before. You were in charge of the observation of the ryukaon. What did you do with them? Or what happened to them?
どうもこうも、あれだけ暴れちゃ、造物院に返すのも難しい。
And considering the violence of their rampage, it was it would have been difficult to get them back to the it's like, Creation Institute or
ひとま
whatever.
ず魔法
Like
の
wherever
檻に入れ
they're
て
storing
郊外
the
に待
things.
機させてるが、レポートを提出し、次第エーテルに戻すつもりだ。
Yeah, okay. That's another one that I'm curious of what they did with it in the English. Ah, okay. This is... yeah, okay. Whatever. I don't have anything for these names right now. For now, place them in, in magical cages and... left them on the, like, outskirts of the... I'm assuming the outskirts are like the observational garden. But once my report is submitted, I plan to, return them to Ether.
彼の報告に嘘はないと思うよ。私たちが見た結果と一致してるからね。
That's, he is telling the truth. That's consistent with what we saw.
なんだよ大勢で。しかも、14人委員会
And that's... What? Why, there's so many people here all at once, and, a member of the Committee of 14.
いろいろと事情があってな。だがお前が気にする必要はない。そちらの話を続けろ。
You can't just say this, but okay. He says, yeah, there's, There are circumstances at play here. Nothing for you to worry about, just continue your conversation. Or continue what you were
ユカオン
saying.
がオキュペテを殺してしまったと聞いた。彼らの気性は荒く、世界に放つことは認められない、と。主担当である君の見解も、そうなのだろうか
I've heard that the Ryukaon killed the Okipete. That their disposition is too violent, and they should not be released into the world. Is that your opinion as, like, head researcher? Or as, like, primary researcher? Actually, you'd say, like, as the primary handler. Probably.
ああ、ユカオンは、他の生物に対して異常なまでに攻撃的だ。そして、戦闘能力は、大抵の種族を凌駕している。
Yes, the Ryukaon are extraordinarily aggressive are exceedingly, actually that's abnormally aggressive towards other life, towards other creatures, and their combat abilities, combat prowess surpasses most other species.
あんなものを世界に放てば、どこであれ、先住の生物たちを根絶やしにするぞ。
If something like that were to be released in the world, it would wipe out the native populations wherever it goes, wherever it went.
調べた個体が偶然そういった性質だったという可能性は？
Man, Hermes is really trying here. Is there any possibility that simply the, like, individuals under your, like, these, individuals under observation had these traits? He was asking, like, is it possible that these are just outliers, effectively? You know, is it that they just so happen
何
to?
体か作ってみたが、そこに違いは見られなかった。
No, it's no coincidence. You know, several, and yeah, several more were like several specimens were created. However, there were no differences in their behavior.
カイロスで記憶を白紙化して、学習過程や環境を変えてみてもダメだ。
What are you talking about? Kairos? Oh, wait a minute. Are they're talking about like wiping their memories? Wait a second. That's kind of insane. Even using Kairos to completely wipe out their, like, to revert their memories back to a clean state. It's like, yeah, even using Kairos to change their memories, or you know, then like altering their upbringing and environment proved ineffective as well. These things
カイ
are
ロス？
these things are just by nature fucked. Kairos. Wait, hold up. Is the stream just dying? I appear to be dropping frames. Is my internet just dying? Hello? Oh no. Uh-oh. This is bad. Yeah, I knew something was up today. Something's mad weird. So it wasn't just me feeling off. Apparently, yeah, there's something going mad weird. I think this is just YouTube, but yeah, I just thought to check over, and OBS is just like freaking out as well. Let's give it a second and see if it stabilizes, but yeah, I don't believe this is my internet, I think this is YouTube. I'm not sure though. Apologies. Yeah, hold on. Let me check something real quick. No, Steam isn't, like, randomly downloading anything. I don't believe my internet is acting up here. But yeah, it's dropping like hella frames. What in the hell is going on? Let me run a speed test. Like, yeah, my internet speed seems to be totally fine. Yeah, nothing wrong with my down speed. Nothing wrong with the up speed. Yeah, so that's not an issue. Oh, it looks like it's stabilized. Okay, it looks like it's stabilized. Weirdly enough, it stabilized right as I ran a speed test that showed that my up speed was totally fine. So what, did I just have to like show OBS and go like, no, 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 you've got bandwidth. You're good. Oh. You know, like, you ever seen that video of like a... I think it was a dog. It was like a video that I saw one time of a, you know, a dog in a pool. And it starts freaking out. You know, like going, oh no, I'm freaking out, I'm gonna drown, I'm freaking out. And then it just puts its feet down. And it can just, like, stand in the water with its head above water, and it just stops freaking out. It just goes, oh. Oh, I'm fine. And then just carries on as though it wasn't flipping shit 5 seconds ago. I think OBS just did that. YouTube is now throwing me a suggestion saying like, oh, your bitrate is a little bit high. It's higher than the standard recommendation. Bitch, I've got insane up speed. My internet speed isn't the problem, it's your own damn servers. I'm sorry, YouTube, don't destroy the stream again, please. I'll be good. You know, actually, I think I have an idea of what might have happened. And right now I'm totally not just stalling for time while observing my, you know, internet speed and uprate and everything before continuing with this very important cutscene. But I was playing Silk Song yesterday. This has to do with Silk Song. And I first tried a boss that a lot of people were absolutely freaking out about, being like the hardest thing in the known universe, and the run back being complete bullshit. And really, I probably shouldn't have first tried it. Like, I got mad lucky. But I popped off so hard that I decided I was going to treat myself by going to a local Mexican place and ordering a like 3 meat loaded fries, which just from the sound of it is already dangerous. It's like fries, chorizo, grilled chicken, and carnitas on top of, you know, fries, guac, and cheese. Incredibly dangerous. Like, it is a thing that should not exist in this universe. And then I got it, and I opened the box, and you could not see you couldn't see the fries underneath all of the meat. You just had to take it on faith that there were fries underneath the mountain of meat. As, you know, an average YouTube comment section would say, like, it's the sort of thing that would have triggered an entire episode of regular show. Which, I mean, it's a bit overdone, but I think it's fairly accurate. Like, it looked like a piece of fictional food made up for a TV show. And, I mean, I didn't eat all of it because that's physically impossible, but I think that my current, state in the following day, this might be the first known case of a meat hangover. Or food poisoning, I don't know. One of the two. Really, what's the difference? Anyway, looks like the the upgrade is actually stable. So we can continue. Kairos.
記憶操作の機構だよ。ヘルメスが作り上げたんだ。
Oh. Yeah, it's a method of memory manipulation created by Hermes.
あれを使えば、都度生物を作り直さなくても、記憶を消したり改変したりして、別の環境で育成した場合の観察ができるってわけさ。
That's terrifying. Using that, you can erase or alter memories without having to recreate the organism each time you want to study it in a... You know, you want to study them in a new environment. Or study how they would develop in a new environment.
なんてものを作ってるんだ。エーテルの放射量によっては、パシュタロットがすっ飛んでくるぞ。
Wait a minute, what are you talking about? パシタロットが飛んでくる。What is this, like their... Is that like, they probably established this before. I'm assuming he's talking about like this being the cops or something, effectively. Or like a person. Is Postro just like one of the members of the Committee of 14? Or something? Oh, like that's a, you know, a hell of a thing you made there. Yeah, depending on like the etheric radiation or emission level, Patro might just you know, come for you.
法を犯してはいないはずだ。ギリギリ。それに、決して人に使うことのないよう、所長権限に規制をかけている。
Yeah, it should be within... Like, it should be within legal limits. Barely. That Giri Giri is pulling a lot of work there. Yeah, it should be within, like, you know, it shouldn't be violating any laws. You know, but really you would have to say, like, it's within legal limits. Barely, at least. And also, it's being, you know, restricted to only be used by the, you know, myself as the director, to prevent misuse. Oh wait, no. Ew, wait a minute. King game. Wait a minute. Huh? Wait a second. Oh, okay. Never mind, I understand. He says that he's restricted the usage of it so that it's not used on people. Like, only authorized people are allowed to use it, so that it is not used on people.
"記憶を操作するなど、到底好ましいことではないが、違う育成環境を試すために、作られた生物が殺められるのは、どうしても看過できなかった。"
Yeah, yeah, the manipulation of memory is by no means pleasant. It's certainly not a good thing. However, I couldn't simply stand by and watch the creatures created to, like, test different... Like, the impacts of environment on their growth simply be killed. Yeah, Hermes
殺めるだ
is...
なんて、大げさな。エーテルに戻して、改めて想像してるだけだろ。
Yeah, Hermes has got problems. We should not let this dude onto the... Why did they let him onto the Committee of 14? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, actually, no, that isn't even just kill, that's like murder. That really is like murder. Yeah. So that is more like saying I couldn't just stand by and watch these, you know, these creatures made to like, test the impact of different environments on their nurture simply be murdered. Toro saying, like, murder, that's quite an exaggeration. We're just returning them to ether to, you know, remake them, aren't we?
所長はどうもそこが気になって仕方ないらしいが、俺たちがやってるのは星を良くするための大事な選定だ。
Director, you seem to be quite bothered by that. However, what we're doing here is a very important selection process to, you know, better the world. And we need to make important decisions for the betterment of the world.
あるべきじゃないものはきっちり消去する。その必要性は誰にとっても議論の余地すらないと思うぞ。
He seems to be very, very terrified of the concept of death. And no matter how many times it must be recreated, these things need to be carefully observed to remove any undesirable traits. Any traits that should not be there. I really don't believe that the necessity of this is up for debate.
分かっている。自分だって世界に脅威を解き放ちたいわけじゃない。線引きはできているつもりだ。
Yeah, I understand. I do not wish to release anything dangerous into the world that's, like, well beyond question.
だが、自分たちの判断一つに作られたリュカオンたちの命がかかっているんだ。
Okay. However, like, the lives of the Ryukon that we created hang in the balance of our judgment. You know, like, they depend on our own judgment.
観察の不足や不備はなかったか、考慮し損ねている可能性はないか、念入りに確認すべきだ。
He's really trying hard here. And we must carefully verify whether there were any faults in the observation process, or if there are any possibilities we've overlooked.
なら、詳しく報告をするから、一緒に検討してくれ。
One thing that's interesting is, Doros here is really kind of directly challenging Hermes' authority here. You know, he's not a, you know, the tone that he's taking is definitely not a tone that you would take with, like, a boss to me. Yeah, in that case, I'll give you a detailed report and we can go over it later. Or, like, we can go over it. Yeah.
その話し合い、私たちも立ち会っていいかな。エメトセルクの視察の一環としてさ。
Okay, this whole koku, he's talking about doing it as an oral report, so, like, I'll give you a detailed report and we can go over it. Would it be alright if Emmett Silk and I were to be present during the discussion as well? You know, this is part of, you know, Emmett Silk's observation after all.
ああ、もちろん構わない。
Of course, that's no issue.
彼らを談話室へ、そこで話をしよ
Yeah, and Hermes is using a lot of... He's pausing a lot in this. And take them to the lounge. We'll talk there. I wonder if there's anything particularly dangerous or effective about Medion here.
う。自分の使命は分かっている。だが、創造されたリュカオンたちの命に責任を持つことも、エルピスで働く者の使命じゃないのか。
He's saying, yeah, we have to take responsibility for their lives.
人には、人ではないものが生きてること、わからない。それは、魔法と同じで、管理すべきもの。
That's terrifying. This is a interesting use of the word wakaranai. Like... So, Medion here is saying, like, to humans, things that are not human, like, they do not understand that things that are not human still are alive. And just like magic, they're things to be controlled.
ヘルメスは、それが、
Hermes said that. Yeah? So the wakaranai there is... It's saying, like, they don't comprehend it. Right? Not necessarily that they, like, callously disregard it, but that he's saying, like, they don't fully grasp the idea that other things that are not human are still alive. It's not that they don't care, it's just that they don't seem to understand it. Ah, shit. 伝えたい気持ち. Yeah, the feelings, you know, they want to convey. No, yeah, I mean, they are very clearly callously making living things and then breaking them back down. Just kinda willy-nilly. Will I be doing all the side quests around Elpis? If there are any particularly interesting ones, I'll think about doing them, but I haven't been doing any of the side quests on stream before. But if
そ
they're
うい
like
う
of
わけで
particular
自分
note,
たち
then
は
yeah.
話し合いをしてくる。しばらくかかりそうだが、君は
So then it seems like we're going to have a discussion. It's going to take a while. You can...
メーティオンどこか具合が悪いのか
Well, it's not necessarily that... It's not necessarily that they wouldn't care about them. It's... Like, that's the thing is... Okay, here, let me see what the... Yep, that would do it. That would do it. So... This is the English for that line, which I do have an issue with. So... To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. So, one, in the Japanese it isn't even clear that Hermes said that to Meteon. It could have just been something that he said in general that she picked up on. But also, that's not what he said. Like, bigger problem, that's not what he said. And saying that they're things to be used and controlled, that is not the meaning of... What exact word did they use? It was kandi, right? It was kandi, yeah. Kandi is not control as in, like, exert power over. Kandi is more like manage, right? To take a position of managing it. It's not like a domination style meaning of control. It's control as in manage, to ensure proper use, right? You know, if somebody is, like, in charge of like a dam, like a hydroelectric dam, they are not dominating the water, right? That's not the meaning of it. They are managing the dam. The river is being managed. There's a difference in meaning there. And also, the word used is not here at all. They just completely made that up. Like, saying used here is completely made up and makes it seem way more callous than it actually is. And it was kandi subeki mono. That's tying back into their general mission of believing that they should be caretakers of the world. That they must manage and care for the world to make it better. It ties into this. And what Hermes is saying is that they don't comprehend that the like non-human creatures are still alive. It's not that they're like, it's not that they don't care about them, or it's not that they don't see them as valuable, but rather that they aren't placing, like, they have some sort of lack of comprehension that these things have lives that Hermes is placing as important as human lives, or at least close to as important as human lives. The Japanese statement is far more of a, like, someone who is, you know, still on board with the idea of making the world a better place, and that they should be part of making the world a better place. But that, you know, you need to value these lives much more heavily. That you can't just say, like, oh, we're just returning them to ether, it's fine. And he also felt that way about people, of saying, like, how could you possibly choose to, you know, quote-unquote, return to ether? He sees life and the act of living as far more inherently valuable than everyone else around him. This English line makes it seem way more callous from Hermes here, whereas the Japanese is more like exasperated. You know, he doesn't seem like he you know, completely hates humanity. It's like, oh, they, like, these bastards. You know, to them, living beings are just things to be controlled and used. Whereas instead, the Japanese is like, they don't get it. It's more like he's saying they don't get it. For some reason, they just don't get it. That these things are alive. And that matters. Like, you know, it's more like, why don't they get it? How can't they see that these things are alive and that matters? And kandi subeki, like, kandi is not, it is not a negative word in that way. It's, you know, regulating, to manage. And especially in this context, he's saying just like magic, they are things to be managed. They're things that they ought to manage and control. So, you know, it doesn't feel like he's saying that the people around him are evil, but it's just that he has a massive hang-up about the idea of death, personally. Like, this is all... In the Japanese, it comes off as projection, where he is terrified of the concept himself, which is why they brought up this fear from him. The first time that this fear is brought up is him in response to the current Fidaniel choosing to return to Ether. Where he then said, like, I don't understand how anybody could possibly choose to make that decision. That's his real hang-up. He is terrified of death, and so the idea to him of choosing for another living thing to send them back to Ether is equally terrifying. You know, he understands that sometimes that might be something that you have to do, but he wants to take it like him that is very serious. He wants to do that as an absolute last resort. And so his frustration with other people is that they don't seem to be bothered by it. You know, it's not the idea in general, it's that they don't seem to grasp the concept in the same way that he is. Yeah, they don't even consider it death. That's another thing, is that they said that it was strange that Medion even knew or was using the word for death. Well, no, actually, Maxie. So that's actually a translation error. That one is a translation error entirely. We did that one last time. They actually do refer to both things as being alive. Even in the Japanese, they refer to both things as life. It's seibutsu and maho seibutsu, which is, you know, living organism and magical living organism. It's the same word for both. However, they do define the only things as being, like, truly alive, like capital A alive, as being the things that have souls. However, the English went a step too far in that regards to, like, having them refer to them as what, like, magical constructs or something along those lines. They don't even use the word life. And they massively downplay the will that magical life forms have in the English as well. Hermes, when he was talking about those, like, little lightning elemental things, he said that even things without souls still go about their lives as they please. He ascribes will to them. He actually ascribes intent, will, thought to them. Like the idea that they can have a preference for the way that they live. Which the EN removed. Does JP Amaro still have a debate club? I mean, it has a whole debate structure because it's all based off of Utopia. I think they even they downplayed it in the English. Now, a lot of the more specific references to Utopia are also removed in the English versus the Japanese. You know, such as them saying that, like, going around in unique, fancy clothes is an embarrassing thing to them. Whereas in the English, in that side quest about getting the robes, they said that it was like a sign of moral failing to be walking around in, like, ostentatious clothing. The EN in general is just kind of a fucking mess. Kind of like this stream right now. Anyway, Medion. Are you not feeling well?
辛くなってるのは私じゃない。私に流れ込んでくるヘルメスの心。
Yeah. Yeah. 辛くなってるのは私じゃない。辛く。Yeah, I'm not in pain. Yeah, ヘルメスの心。ヘルメスの心。It's not feelings. It's 心 here. Yeah, like, yeah, this is important again for it not just being feeling. Like, honestly, I think that you could use the word heart here again. Yeah, like, it's, I'm not in pain, you know, I can feel it, your heart.
オレオ、私、あなたといる。ヘルメスたちの話し合い、行かない。
I'm going with you. I won't go. Like, to their talk?
すまないが、任せてもいいだろうか。
Yeah, sorry, can I, leave her in your care? I
ありがとう。それじゃあ、行ってくるよ。
actually don't know if they actually did they already did ascribe gender to Medion, I think. Thank you. I'll be off then. I'm kind of blanking in general.
わがまま、ごめんなさい。だけど、一緒にやってほしいことある。
Sorry for being selfish, but there's something I want to do together.
ヘルメス、話し合い、多分とても悲しくなる。だから、優しいこと、嬉しいこと、喜び、探しておきたい。
Yeah, Hermes, their talk will probably be very sad. So I want to find, things that are happy, kind, joyful.
あのね、ヘルメス、いろんな知識あるけど、エルピスに来る、創造生物で、一番好きなの、花なんだって。
Okay. like, you know, Hermes knows a lot of things, but like the thing he likes the most out of, you know, all of the created life in Oedipus are flowers.
ほとんどの生物は新しいこと、美しいこと、優れていること、望まれる。
あ、望まれる。Okay, it's like most of the, like, creatures are expected, or, like, they want them to be, like, new, beautiful, or, like, exemplary.
だけど、花は今でも送る相手や伝えたい気持ちに似合うもの、作られる。それが好ましい、ヘルメス言ってた。
Oh yeah, pieces that way. Yeah, but flowers, oh, this is some, like, straight-up Japanese flower language thing that they're going with here. Like, flowers are created to, like, suit the recipient and, like, convey feelings. Like, Hermes said that's what he likes about them, or
だ
loves
から
about them.
私、ヘルメスに花、送りたい。作るのはできないけど、あるものから選ぶはできる。
Okay, that's why I want to, you know, give flowers to Hermes. I can't make them, but, you know, we can pick them from the ones that are already here.
オレオ、私と一緒にヘルメスに送る花、探してください。まず、園の中からお願いします。
Okay, so please come with me and help me find flowers to give to Hermes. We can start with the ones in the garden. Okay. I get the distinct feeling that there's going to be, like, a whole thing coming up here. I kind of feel like stuff's about to get important, so I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick and be right back. See if I can, like, splash some water on my face and wake up a little bit. But yeah, I'll be right back. Oh. Ah. Okay. It's time to go full flower language.
鮮やかな紫色をした大輪の花があちこちの枝で咲き誇っている。
Okay. You have vibrant purple flowers
綺
blooming.
麗だ
Yeah,
ね。明るい色、大きな花びら、とても華やか。
yeah. Beautiful. Bright colors. Big petals. Pretty.
でもヘルメスにはちょっと元気すぎるかも。送る相手を思うから花好ましいって言ってた。別のも探してみていい？
Yeah, it might be a little bit too... I would go just say, like, you know, it might not be a good fit for Hermes right now. Okay. We need to try and find... Oh my god. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna end up on those... We're gonna get the... We're gonna yoink the edifice flowers to give to Hermes. And they were just like, hey, these flowers are always, like, pure white. And we're gonna give it to Hermes. They're not gonna be. Oh, no. Yeah.
すらりと伸びた美しい木だ。メーティオンと共に樹幹を見上げた。
Playing... Yeah, I really wish I could like Baldur's Gate 3, man. Like, the gameplay is fun, but the story and characters are just... Ugh. And beautiful Thunder Tree. Look up
花
at the top.
ついてないね。
There's
せめ
no
てリンゴが
flowers.
ついてたら
Okay.
砂糖ドバドバにしてヘルメス大喜びだったのに。
If they had like apples, we could, you know, cover them in sugar, and then Hermes would be happy.
次は12節の園の外見てみよう。大丈夫、あんまり遠くい。
Like, it's crazy. Karlach is the only character in BG3 that isn't just like a massive asshole. Why is everyone such a jerk?
花畑の中で花々が美しく咲き誇っている。色の異なる花で模様が描かれているようだ。
Beautiful flowers, you know,
こ
multicolored,
れなら
etc.
さっきよりヘルメスに似合うかも。
You know, these might fit Hermes better than the ones before.
だけど花壇の中にあるのは触らないでの意味。観察に必要だったり毒持ってる植物だったりする。
Yeah. Oh, like anything inside a flower bed means that you shouldn't touch them. You know, they're either necessary for, you know, they're either necessary for research, or like they're still under observation, or, you know, they're poisonous.
他のところに生えてる花、いいのあるかな？もう少し進む。
You know, maybe some other flowers somewhere else. And maybe there's some nice flowers somewhere else. I mean, definitely not this. I mean, I think anything other than this.
すぐ
That is
近くにうねうねと怪しく
fucking
動く妙に背の高い花が生えている。
There's a flower like moving about in a odd way. It's got a
こ
flower
の
at
子
the
はコーネオン。動物みたいに意志を持って動く花。
Oh, okay. It's a cornel. You know, it's yeah, they keep saying ishiomotte, like it has a consciousness and moves. You know, just like an
よ
ant.
く牛を向いてるヘルメスに種をぶつけて遊んでる。贈り物にはダメだよね。
Okay, it often like it spits seeds at it hits Hermes with its seeds when his back is turned. You know, so for You know, bringing one of these to him as a gift would probably not be a good
それに
idea.
しても俺をよく見てる。すごいね。一緒ならきっとヘルメス嬉しいもの。
Okay, let's keep looking. I'm sure we can find something that'll make Hermes happy. I don't think anything is going to make Hermes happy. I think that he's utterly paralyzed by his fear of death.
小道が交わる地点で辺りを見渡した。どこにでもある雑草が小さな花をつけているくらいだ。
Okay, looking around this, like, crossroads. Like, even the weeds around here have flowers.
この辺りは何も。
There's
俺
nothing here.
を
Oh,
す
wait.
ごいのいた。西の方、道の先、行こう。
I found something. Yeah, there's to the west. Let's go. Are you talking about the gigantic Marlboro looking thing?
辺りにはひどい悪臭が。雨に濡れたまま日陰に放置されたブーツの匂いが漂っている。原因は傍らに佇むモルボルの一種とおぼしき生物のようだ。
Yeah? There's a terrible smell around here, terrible stench. Like the like the smell of like wet boots left out in the shade. The origin seems to be from that like a creature over there, type of Marlboro.
この子はアドニス。口の周りに花びらみたいなのついてる。頭についてるピカピカが本当の花なんだって。
That's Adonis. Huh. I don't like that. Like the like those things around its mouth look like flowers, but it's the glowing bit on top of its head are the real
ヘ
flowers.
ルメス、最初にこの子調べた時、頭からパクってされて、いつか部屋から出てこなかった。どうかな？思い出深い？
I'm sorry, what? Okay, like when he first looked at it, it like bit him on the head. And he didn't leave his room for 5 days after. What do you think? Is it, like that sounds like it's, you know, pretty memorable. Stream is motherfucker. Yeah. Hang on, let me see if I can get it to work again by doing another speed test. Let me check my downtime. Let me check my down speed. Huh? You could do it. Come on, YouTube/OBS, you can do it. Marlboros in Final Fantasy are famous for inflicting basically every single side effect you can get. Yeah. Yeah, no, my up speed is fine. Up speed's totally fine. Please, YouTube, I beg you. Would just be a bad day for YouTube, yeah. This whole stream is fairly scuffed. Also, okay, can I... You guys can still hear me, right? Like, it's just the video is scuffed? Or is my audio cutting in and out as well? No, we can't hear you. Okay, good to hear. But the name of this quest in English is a sentimental gift, like singular. Whereas the Japanese is taetai kimochi. Like, you know, the feelings you wish to convey. It should really be something similar to that. It's much more about the general concept than about a singular sentimental gift. You might go with something like, you know, in English saying like how you feel, or something along those lines. God damn it. Nope, it's going right back to the dying. So something I might need to do, I might need to go back to using specific VPNs. In fact, I might be able to just do that real quick. I'm not quite sure if that's going to... Okay, yeah. Actually, yes, I'm going to do that in just a second. So here, this is fairly filler dialogue, so what I'm gonna do here is and it's like, yeah, do you think it's, you know, memories? I don't think that those are gonna be good memories.
ダメか。
Not good, no good, huh?
難しいね。綺麗なもの、
Gifts are
面白いもの
hard.
たくさんあるけど。
There's so many beautiful, interesting
俺よ、
things.
あと少しだけ探していい？もう
Can
少
we
し島
look
の
around
外
just
側
a bit
行
more?
ってなければこれまでのどれかにするから。
We'll look around a little bit more. Like, outside of the... Yeah, on, like, the perimeter of the island, and if there's nothing good, we'll pick one of these. Okay. So, I am going to... 1 second. I'm gonna look... Okay, so we are back. However, I need to go... get Medion again. Might need to restart the flower gathering section. Probably not. It probably saves the progress.
ヘルメスたち。
Yeah, and I mean, this is taking us to a new area, so... Medion literally watched you disappear, nobody will believe her.
辺りを見渡
That's
し
true.
た。浮島の外側に向けて緩やかな下り坂になっており、青々とした草原が広がっている。
Okay, lush
ここの
grasslands.
先なら何かあるんじゃないかって。
Thought there might be
あ
something
れ
out around here.
今、茂みの向こう、光った気がする。何かあるのかな？
I think I see something, like, shining. That's the bushes there. Oh, hey! I don't... Are these more Oedipus? They don't seem to be glowing at the same rate.
これ、エルピスの花。
No, yeah, they are.
ここにも咲いてたんだ。
Oh, these are Oedipus flowers. So they grow here too.
ヘルメスはね、 この花のこと好きだけど好きじゃないみたい。
Huh. Oh, that's such a pain in the ass. This isn't... Okay. This is something that you could... This is something that would trip you up if you don't know what you're looking for. Or, like, this is something you could trip you up if you don't really know what this expression means. In Japanese, it's not like, oh, he likes them, but he doesn't, necessarily. It's... Because they are just saying, like, この花のこと好きだけど好きじゃないみたい. It's not just saying, like, oh, he likes them and he doesn't at the same time. It's like... I don't know, this is kind of like one of those situations of saying, like, people die when they are killed. Where it gets made fun of. But it's... This is sort of a, like... This is a structure you can do. Trying to think of how you tell this. Because it's not just like, oh, he likes them, but he doesn't, but... I think, okay. Gotta keep this in the back of my mind. Okay, let me go to the next line and see if I can figure
私
this
と
out.
同じエンテレケア。
In
だから
Teregea.
ヘルメスの苦しい気持ちを感じ取って暗い色になっちゃう。
Yeah, okay, because they're just like me, you know, an Teregea. They can, you know, perceive, they can feel his, you know, painful feelings and turn dark. So it isn't just like he likes them, but he doesn't, but... I don't know if you can really use the word hate here. You might say, like, you know, he really likes these flowers, but he really doesn't like seeing them around. Or, like, having them around. Or something like that.
「他の人が近づいてもいつも綺麗な白のまま。ヘルメスはそれが悲しくて寂しいみたい。」
それが And even when other people get close to them, they're always like this, you know, beautiful white. And that, like makes Hermes sad and lonely. This is a critically important line. This is actually a ridiculously critically important line, and I just glanced over at the English, and they didn't translate it. Holy shit. How could you not translate this? What? Okay. Like... So here's the thing. Here's the thing. You don't need to have read Utopia to translate this section, or really any of the sections involving the Ancients. You do not need to... Oh, god damn it, the stream is dying again. Ah, this is so obnoxious. Fuck. I'm gonna have to end up going over this again next time, or something. Because probably the audio is going to be scuffed in the recording of the stream. Yeah, but I'm not quite sure if the... I'm not sure if the VOD is going to have, like, full skips with the audio. That's the problem. Yeah, the video is rough. It's... I think the VOD is going to be affected as well. I thought we were done with this shit, man. And it really is, like, my internet is not the problem. It is just YouTube. But I can't actually really fix the YouTube side of things quickly. Okay, it looks like it's intermittent, though. Okay, we're back. So, I'm going to try and condense the important parts into the sections where the audio and video are actually, like, you know, where I'm not dropping a million frames. So, this is a critically important line, probably the most important line in the section so far, and they didn't translate it. So, you don't need to have read Utopia to translate this section. All you need to do as the translator is to translate what is fucking there. Even if you didn't know that the Japanese writers were referencing the concept in Utopia, the novel, the satire, that the, like, people of Utopia saw it as embarrassing to stand out and wear jewelry and stuff. You don't need to know that, because the Japanese writers put it into the script for you. You can just translate it. You don't need to know that. However, when you just change shit without actually thinking about what you're changing, you can get rid of very important information. So, the English here is, oh, Elpis flowers, they're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. They did the thing. Like me, they're entelekes. I don't actually know the English pronunciation of that. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. If you notice, however, the Japanese line is, when other people get near them, they always stay that beautiful white. And Hermes, that makes Hermes sad and lonely. Like, that makes Hermes feel sad and lonely. Kanashikute, sabishii. So, the reason why that, well, one, obviously that just matters to the character, but the other reason that matters so much is because this is fucking Utopia. No, that's not the thing that makes Hermes sad. It's being different. Like, that's critically important. The whole point in Utopia is that everybody is supposed to be united. Everybody is the same. Everybody is equal. But Hermes has found a thing that makes him different from everyone else and feel isolated from the greater community of Utopia. It's not even just that he feels bad and that, like, you know, that's the thing that's making him feel bad. It's that he feels isolated from the rest of the community. Yeah, everybody wears the same robes. Everybody wears the same masks. You know, individuality is not a thing that is prioritized, but it's also not like, you know, it's not like a young adult novel, like, you must fall in line or you will be persecuted. It might show up sometime later or something, but yeah, they might work it in somewhere else, but this is a direct statement of Hermes feels sad and lonely because other people do not have this emotion or do not feel this way deep down, which causes the flower to react. That's the important part. The emphasis being on him feeling isolated. What? Music just cut out? Okay. No, it's... We just managed to loop it around that long. That's a very sudden cut. Anyway. But even if they say something about like, oh yeah, you know, he... Because they do. I just checked a little bit later. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Like, he needs to know that he isn't alone, that others are sad too. But that isn't the same emphasis. That is not the same emphasis. This is a direct statement of, like, other people not feeling this way, and other people not having the flower react in this way, is the thing that makes him sad and lonely. You really cannot get rid of that.
本当？あなたのいた場所では不安の暗い色してたの？
And really? It... Fuan no kurairo. Like where you were, it took on a, you know, like a dark, nervous, you know,
じ
dark
ゃあ
color
あ
of
な
like
たにも
anxiety,
何か
fear.
この花を暗く染めるような思いある？
Omoi! Aru. 暗く染めるような思いある. Oh my god. You know what this is in English? One, they say, the flower was dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion. Brother. Do you have it too? A dark emotion. That's ridiculous. Do you have it too? A Tumblr account? Okay. Remember how everything we've been talking about with the word omoi? So, what this actually is, this omoi. This omoi is more like memory, even. Like, naturally, this makes me think of the word memory. There's so many different things that that this one word can mean. It's such a pain in the ass, but it also makes it an excellent guiding theme in Japanese. Like, fuck, it's so hard to make it work. But it's not emotion. It's not just emotion. Like, this here is far more natural to, like, memory. I think that you could maybe say, like, so then, like, you've felt it too, or... like, you know what it's like to have this flower turn dark on you. Like, to know what it's like. But because really it's like the omoi ga aru. Omoi aru. You know, have you ever felt anything? Have you ever experienced something that would make this flower turn dark? Because, you know, you don't talk about... You don't describe, like, a traumatic experience as being a bad emotion, a dark emotion, right? If you were in a fucking car crash and thought you were going to die, like, one of these flowers would probably turn dark, but it's not like, oh, you're being so emotional. It's just like raw, primal instinct, fear, panic. Trauma. Right? It's not... When you say emotion, a dark emotion, that doesn't bring that to mind at all. So in English, you'd have to work this into something that brings up the idea of, like, painful memory. Yeah, she's referring to everything you've seen, done, experienced. Like, everything you have thought, felt, experienced throughout your life. That's really what this omoi is. It's all of those things. Which is again why I think that if you are going to attempt to translate this theme, what you need to do, and it's really not that hard, right? When, what's-her-face, when the elephant lady was telling you about Akasha the first time, right? You have her say, in the line where she's talking about the Akasha and what it responds to, you say, like, it's a power other than ether that responds to human thought, memory, sentiment, experience, emotion. You give, like, a list of, you know, you give a list and a impactful but, you know, reasonably condensed list of things that it's going to react to that cover the range of meaning of omoi, and then you give an overword. You would say, like, you know, it reacts to people's experiences, feelings, you know, thoughts, hopes. In other words, their heart. That's what you do. You can just do something like that, and then anytime going forward that they refer to one of those types of words in this situation, you're going to know that that's what they're calling back to, this whole heart concept. And then in scenes like this, you can just work the word heart into there somewhere so that the players know that that's what you're referencing, this central heart theme. The, like, true essence, the you know, the heart of who you are, right? That's pretty much what you have to do. Specifically to avoid shit like this. Do you have it too, a dark emotion? Imagine then, if instead of, you felt it too, a dark emotion then, you could say, like, so, for you, like, you've felt something, you know, in your heart. Something that would make this flower turn dark. And obviously you workshop that to make it sound more natural, but you know, tie back into that heart motif. Do you see how much better something like that would be at conveying what's being, like, what's important here? Like, when I saw this line, like, okay, again, the whole localization discussion thing. The point of localization is to make it so that people who are playing the game in different languages have as close to an equivalent experience as possible. When I saw this line in Japanese, it actually made me feel a little bit weird. Like, it made me feel a little bit bad, right? Because it's like, じゃあ、あなたにも何か、この花を暗く染めるような思いある? I wouldn't be surprised if the next thing after this that they're gonna show you, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they did a fucking, beige slideshow of all of the characters that you cared about who died. Right? Like, the first thing that came up to me, like, the second I saw this line, the first thing I thought of was, like, Harshaphant dying. Emmett Sulk dying. All of, like, the horrible shit that your character has seen and been through. You start getting that fucking Ryan Gosling in Drive 1,000-yard stare. If you ever experienced something terrible. Like, the Drive fucking real human being starts playing. It's just, yeah. Yeah, I've been through some shit. Right? But you see this, a dark emotion, what are you supposed to feel from that? Like, is that supposed to be impactful to the player in any way? No. Yeah, your character fucking closes their eyes. Kanashi wakare. Yeah, like, this, painful, memories of, sad parting, like, probably on the top you'd say, like, I remember, like, losing, the people I love. I remember, I remember, like, pain and frustration. I remember feeling, like, anxiety, fear. Or, sa, dou daro? This sa, dou daro? At the bottom is probably just like, yeah, I guess. That's... This is the fucking Ryan Gosling answer. But yeah, I'm gonna go with, like, yeah,
ああ、そうなのね。
Oh, yeah.
悲しい別れ、ヘルメスにもある。何度もあったのに、誰にも気づかれていないの。
Yeah. Yeah. This is again that isolation. Yeah, like, how, like, have it hurting to say goodbye. Yeah, that's happened for Hermes too. Over and over again, but, nobody ever noticed.
オレオ、お願い。あなたの、その悲しみを、一度だけ貸してください。
Yeah, she is saying, like, yeah, can you lend me that sadness of yours?
この花を暗い色にして、ヘルメスに見せてあげたいの。
I want to make this flower dark and show it to Hermes. That's a terrible idea. Because it's just going to, like, wither and die and float away. You're just gonna go, hey Hermes, look at this. Watch me kill this flower with my trauma. Doesn't that remind you of how we're all going to die one day? Haha. Anyway. See you later. This is a
ヘルメス
terrible
は私
idea.
を作った時からずっと、一人で思い悩んでるから、暗い色、分かち合うの、必要だと思う。
Ah. Yeah. Ever since he made me, Hermes has been, like, really lost. Like, I think it's important to share, like, that sort of darkness and those, like, Those dark colors.
いいの
It only crawled to die because you pulled it out of sight of Matt's death. Well, yes, that is true, but still, I wouldn't be surprised that that's what ends up happening here. Still,
ありがとう、ありがとう、オレオ。ああ、言葉、下手なのが、こんなにもどかしいなんて。
thank you, thank you. It's so frustrating. I can't. Like how bad I am with words. Like she wants to say thank you
そ
more.
れじゃあ、
Okay.
12節の園で、話し合い終わるのを待って、ヘルメスをここに連れてこよう。
Okay.
きっと、驚くね。
Let's wait for their discussion at the 12 seasons, 12 gardens, whatever to be done. Break Hermes here. I'm sure he'll be surprised. You know, you really shouldn't. Don't surprise anyone. Like, just general rule in life, don't surprise anyone. If you think that it's like, wow, this is going to be such a surprise, they're going to love it. They won't. Don't surprise people. There's no such thing as a good surprise. It will backfire. Just don't do it.
まだ、話し合い、続いてるみたい。私、あなたと一緒に、待つ。
Seems like they're still talking. Let's wait. Hermes. Also, notice that they've been building up to this.
待っていてくれたのか。
The two of you were waiting for me. Notice the way that they've been building up this sense of isolation. Notice how they've gotten, like, you know, he was talking about, like, hey, maybe some of these, the flame wolf things were just, like, maybe they were just outliers. He was unwilling to just get rid of or return back to Ether the one of the whatever they were called. I'm terrible with remembering names. You know, the flying water monster things. He didn't want to just get rid of the one that didn't line up with the crowd. All of that is mirroring his own feeling of isolation as well, where he is seeing in those things that are struggling to live as outliers of their species, or as outliers in the world that don't fit in with the world, he is unwilling to just get rid of them. Playing into that same sense of isolation.
話し合い終わった？
Are you done talking? This isn't gonna go well.
結論は出した。
Yeah, we reached a conclusion. And we reached a decision.
メーティオンを見ていてくれてありがとう。
And thank you for... I guess you would just say, like, yeah, watching over Meteon, keeping Meteon company.
エメトセレクとヒトロダイエスには中にある客室でそのまま休んでもらうことになった。
Morao? I mean, I'm probably just overthinking that, but... He's like, we had Emmett Sulk and Hythlodaeus rest in the guest rooms
君
inside.
にも部屋を用意させてもらう。
Yeah, Sasete Morao. That seems a little bit... The wording there is a little bit strange. I mean, I'm sure he didn't do that, but that's... I'm just overthinking that, never mind. Now it's like, I'm going to make you a room as well. Let me show you the way. I'm gonna get a room ready for you.
私たちが先。
No, there's something... Yeah, you would say, like, let me show you your room. Wait, no, there's... Show you. There's something we want to show you first. You really have to have her stumble over her words more. You know, speak in fragments. Like you would say, show you. There's something we want to show you. Oedipus flowers.
お願い
Please. Okay. Yeah? This isn't
暗い
comforting.
気持ち寂しい色ヘルメスだけじゃない
Hermes だけじゃない。
ダメ違う
ダメ、違う。Shit. That dark feelings, sad. Yeah, these sad color. It's not just you, Hermes. It's not.
そうか。君はメーティオンの頼みを聞いてくれたのか。
I see. You did this for Meteon.
よければ少し話をさせてもらえないだろうか。
Damn, that's very good voice acting. You can tell he ain't doing too good. If you don't mind, could we talk a bit? Yo! Hedgehog! Hell yeah!
自分は人に定められた生き方を星のために生きるということを悪いとは思っていない。
人に定められた。That's important. Like, I don't think... Like, the way that we were... Like, that we humans have been... Yeah, what's the English word? For, like, to be prescribed, but not using the word prescribed. They don't call the world a star in JP, do they? So it's different. Basically, the word hoshi in this case is literally the word star. However, it is also used in Japanese to refer to literally any heavenly body. And in this case also can just be used for world. It's just a slightly fancy way of saying world. However, considering that in English that does not exist, saying star over and over again just makes it sound weird. It makes it sound weird in an idiosyncratic manner that it does not sound like in Japanese. To me, at least. Like, nobody that I've talked to has thought that these were in any way equivalent. It really should just be world. Instead of saying... Because, you know, in English you might say planet. Whereas here in Japanese they're saying hoshi, so you would say world. As a slightly fantasy-style way of saying, like, the world at large. This world. You know? Doing a direct TL of that actually introduces a discrepancy. It makes people react in a different way. It just sounds out of place. But, anyway. I don't think that the way that, like, we humans have been... Like, I would say, like, the role in life that we have been given to live for the sake of this world. I don't believe that that's a bad thing.
だが、ここで働いていると、どうしようもない違和感に襲われることがある。
Man, they're using some very precise language here. This Iwakan. Iwakan is like an uncomfortable feeling, but it also can mean like a sense of isolation, right? Like feeling out of place. And 襲われることがある. In English, I would probably go with something like, however, like working here, there are times I just get overwhelmed, like by a terrible sense that something isn't right.
Fadaniel の座についての話を受けたとき、ヒトロダイウスが言っていたことを覚えているか?
That's... Wait, that's kind of... I figured I knew where this guy was from. He is in, like, everything again. Do you remember what, Hythlodaeus said when we were talking about the, you know, the seat of Fadaniel?
死とはやり遂げた者が選ぶ選択であり、最後の瞬間はいつも美しいものだと。
美しいものだと。You can hear the like pain in his delivery of 美しいもの. Fuck. Yeah, death is like a choice made by those who have like who have fulfilled their purpose, and that their final moments are always beautiful.
だが、それはあくまで人の話だ。
おお、あくまで人の話だ。But in the end, that only applies for humans. Like, fuck. You know, or like that could only apply for humans.
作られた生物が星の益にならないと判断された場合、彼らは問答無用で消される。死を与えられる。
死を与えられる。Fuck. If a created, you know, if created life is determined to not be for the world's benefit, like, yeah, if it is decreed that created life is not for, like, is not beneficial to the world, then they, like, without question, will be erased. They will be given death. Like, 死を与えられる is to, like, to like, you know, to pass down, right? Like, to pass down judgment. Like, I would really go with, like, they will be granted, or they will be given death, is probably what you just had to go
生ま
with.
れたばかりで何も成し遂げていなかったとしてもだ。
Fuck. Fuck. And the delivery there is brutal too. Holy shit. So you double up on the word fulfill here. Like, he said that, you know, those who, like, death is something that is granted to those who have fulfilled their purpose. And here he says, you know, they're given death. Like, even those who had just been born and hadn't fulfilled anything.
"処分の際は苦しませないようにしているが、死を与えられることを察した生物たちは怯え憤る。その終わりは美しいものなんかじゃない。
Jesus. Holy shit. Fucking hell, man. That, like, made me involuntarily inhale at the worst possible moment. Ah. Ow, that hurt. Actually, ow. Ah. That was terrible. その終わりは美しいものなんかじゃない。This is about as hard as you can go on this. Like, we make an effort upon, like, when they are to be... So this shoben here is... can mean to dispose of, but also can mean to put down. So you, in English you would probably say put down. Like, when we, you know, when we put them down, we make all efforts to ensure they do not suffer. But when living things realize, like, sense that they will be, you know, given death, like, they are frightened and angry. Like, that end is anything but beautiful. Anything but beautiful. This is very much like, you know, regular reality. This is like every living thing dies screaming.
だが、そんな事実を誰も気にしていないんだ。
Yeah, but no one, like, but no one seems to mind.
星を良くするという目的は当然すぎるほどに当然で、誰しも疑うことなくそれを信じ行っている。
Fuck. The mission of bettering the world is so, yeah, is so self-evident that no one doubts it. Yeah, everyone believes in it. Yeah, everyone believes it unquestioningly. Like, and acts accordingly.
自分の前には死にゆく生物たちの瞳には悲しみも絶望も理不尽への怒りも確かにあるのに
Fuck. Ah, man. So this is getting, this applies to, hey, this is all of the things that we've been doing as, like, you know, fractured life. All of these things here apply to us. Like, right before me, in the eyes of these, you know, these dying creatures, you know, I see sadness, despair, like, and rage. Like, in rage at their unjust fate.
この世界はそう知らぬ顔で幸せそうに笑い続けるんだエルピスの花はいつだって無垢な白と明るい喜びの色に輝いている
And the world smiles happy, like the whole world. Like, happily smiles away, pretending not to notice. The Elpis flowers are always shining. You know, pure white, the color of joy.
そのことへの違和感が何か暗いものが日に日に胸の内で膨れ上がっているんだ
That you know, terrible feeling that something is wrong. Like that dark, I guess you would say, like, that darkness. It keeps rising up day after day in my chest.
周りにおかしいと叫んでやりたくなる一方でおかしいのはこんなことを思う自分じゃないかと恐ろしくなってくる
It's like I want to, like, and so while I want to scream out, you know, that something is wrong here. Like, I'm scared that, you know, like, I'm scared that that wrong thing might be me for even thinking this.
だがこの世界で悲しみを知るのはエルピスの花をこんな色に染めるのは自分だけじゃなかった
No, I don't think that that would really help. I think both of them, like, both of these characters, it's the same soul. They're both just completely overcome with fear. But like, in this world, I'm not the only one, like, who knows sorrow. Like, I'm not the only one who can, you know, who can, like, dye these flowers.
花の傍らで何を思ったのかは聞かない。もしかしたらメイティオンにせがまれて仕方なくやってくれたことかもしれない。
Yeah, that's the thing, Cody, is that I don't know how it is in the English, really, but these are very congruent characters in the Japanese. Hermes, you know, this Hermes and the Hermes that you saw before are very similar, basically the same character. Like, there really isn't any sense that, like, there's some major shift. This is just, like, the Fideo Yunu just kind of gave in to absolute abject terror. Oh, you meant the previous video. That would probably make him feel worse. Because he's terrified at the concept that somebody would choose to die. Yeah, I won't ask you what you were, like, thinking about. And while you were beside the flowers. Maybe you did it reluctantly and, like, Medion begged you to do it.
それでもありがとう。
God damn it, am I... Ah! The bitrate is dying again. I hate this. This is the worst possible time to have this many technical issues. This is probably one of, like, the heaviest cutscenes in the entire game. I'm probably gonna have to, like, go back over this one next time, assuming that I can get the bitrate to be more stable again. We back? I think we're back. Okay. So, won't ask you what you were thinking about, but still, thank you.
こうして確かに悲しみがあり、怒りがあり、苦しみがある。その事実を知っていてくれることがこんなにも優しい。
Ah, damn. していてくれる. Fuck, that's brutal, and that is very difficult to translate. But again, this is the, like, giving and receiving words in Japanese. Like, this really doesn't work in English at all, because you would say, like, so for you to, like, give me your knowledge of this fact, that doesn't really make sense. So you have to kind of rework it, and こんなにも優しい. This 優しい is also not just like kindness. It's not saying like you are so kind, necessarily. It's almost like comforting. like, so to know, like, that there is sadness, anger, suffering. You might say, like, so for you to, like, share this truth with me, like, is more comforting than I could possibly ever say. Doitashimashite. Wait, what? You're just gonna say you're welcome? Kuyokyo. What? Kuyokyo. Wait, so you can either say, yeah, you're welcome. Stop moping around. Or like, oh yeah, you know, you want to know about suffering? Like, I can tell you anything you want. Like, yeah, I'm gonna be like, oh, I can tell you all about like suffering.
すまない。何か触れてはいけないところに触れたようだ。
Yeah, sorry. You know, it seems like it seems like I really shouldn't, like, press any further.
だが、それほどの困難に遭いながら君が生きていることに、何かとても励まされる思いだ。失礼な話かもしれないが。
生きている, yeah. So this isn't just like, you know, living, but it's also, remember, in their society, the only people who are really dying are the ones who are choosing to do so. And also considering, you know, what Fideo actually did, this is a bit more, there's a emphasis here of like that you are still choosing to live. And the stream is choosing to die. It's great. I love it. The VOD is gonna be like completely fucked probably. I'm gonna have to like go back over this next time while doing a shit ton of test streams to make sure that it doesn't keep breaking. I love YouTube. I love YouTube. I love YouTube so much. It's incredibly encouraging that through all of the, like, after all you've been through, that you're still, you know, here, still living. You know, as rude as that might be. Oh shit. Are we going to be talking about, like, you know, heat death of the universe here? For a second? I would like the stream bit rate to not be dying. That would be great. I don't think we're gonna get that though, so I'm just gonna have to, like, resolve to come back to this next time and go back over these. Ugh. And do you know the true, like, do you know what all of those, like, stars shining in the sky really are? Like, from here, it doesn't, they don't look like it, but each one is just like Artiris. Like, or perhaps even, like an even larger Earth, even larger world.
これだけの数だ。自分たちは星のために生きているが、別の価値観を持つ生命もいるだろう。
Yeah, here we're setting this up. Yeah, 別の価値観を持つ生命もいる. Yeah, that's probably the ones that are like trying to accelerate those are the ones that like live in Dunamis or whatever instead of ether and are trying to accelerate the heat death of the universe. Because, you know, it's just dark energy. And there's so many. And we choose to live for the sake of our world, but you know, there may be life out there with an entirely different set of values.
自分は彼らに問いかけたい。彼らがなぜ生きるのかを、命の意味を。
You can't fuck this line up. This line you cannot possibly fuck up. This is like the single most important one for this entire character. He says, like, I want to go and ask them why they live. Like, the meaning of life. That's, oh, no. If you get back an answer that you don't like here, my guy. Oh, no. I get the distinct feeling you're going to get the answer back, Himi nante nai, or something like that. There is no meaning.
だからデュナミスで天を飛ぶ鳥、メディオンを作ったんだ。
Yo! デュナミスで天の飛ぶ鳥。The answer matters this time? Yes? Yeah, it's gonna matter. And that's why I created Meteon. Like a bird. Like, who flies through space. Yeah, like soars through the heavens. Like, it's on Dunamis, you might say, like, on wings of Dunamis in English, to make it... This is very poetic sounding in Japanese, so you might go with something... It might be a little bit of an overstep, but it's like... So I made, like, you know, birds who soar through the heavens on wings of Dunamis. Meteon. Or a bird. That's kind of the feeling that I got from him. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe it, but it felt... That sentence didn't feel singular. I can't describe it any other way. I just, like, I had the feeling. It doesn't actually make sense, but, you know, he didn't actually say anything plural, but that just kind of felt like it. Yeah. Really... You know, There are other Meteon.
彼女には大勢の姉妹たちがいて、すでに宇宙へ飛び立っている。
Oh no!
意志を持つ生命を探して、
Oh no!
星から星へと飛んでいるんだ。
Oh no! Oh, bad. Bad no! Oh no! Well, I think we know what happens here. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't cut the music. Well, we're fucked. Yep, we're fucked. I think we know how the apocalypse happened now. She has, like, so many sisters. They're they've already started to fly out to space. You know, from star to star, world to world, searching for intelligent life. It is important that he says Ishiomotsu Seime, which you would probably just have to translate to intelligent.
宇宙の探索は予想外の出来事の連続で、思ったような成果が上げられていない。
Yeah, like, traveling through space is... Like, traveling through space... Or, like, those who travel through space experience, like, a myriad of unexpected difficulties. So it's not... You know, it's not producing as much... as... like, swift of results as I had hoped.
だがそろそろ次こそは何かしらの結果が報告されそうだ。
He's just kind of doing this on his own. Yeah, but, you know, I think next time for sure, well, there'll be something. No, there'll be some sort of, like, new discovery, new report. Soon enough.
もし君がここに滞在している間に報告が届いたなら、この夜のお礼にきっと共有させてくれ。
Yeah, and like if that comes in while you're here, as a thanks for this night, I'll be sure to share it with you. So either I think that there's one of two things here. Either, by pinging whatever the hell is out there, they're going to draw the attention of that thing, or one of these other Meteon is going to come back in with like, oh, I asked, you know, like the greater ultra advanced dunamis people or whatever other life is out there, what the meaning of life is, and the response that I got back is, there is no meaning to life. We are all fated to die. There is nothing we can do about it. The universe is going to die as well. There is no difference between life and death. If anything, it would have been better for us to have never been born, so we wouldn't know the terror that it is to go from existing to not existing. That's what they said. Yay. Life is a curse. I'm sure, Hermes is going to take that incredibly well.
さて、これ以上夜が深くなる前に帰るとしよう。明日揃って寝ぼけた顔をしていては、エメとセルクたちに申し訳が立たない。
And let's go back before it gets any later. If we're not all well rested tomorrow, it'll... like, it'll be unbecoming, or whatever. You know, it's like, really, we're gonna cause problems for Amitsogan Hithodes. Medion, it's time to go. Modoro, Sorosoro Bororo, it's time to go back. You know, that's Moldoru. Well, actually, no, they say Kaeru before. Yeah, they don't say Moldoru, Kaeru. Yeah, she just heard something from space, probably. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoops. Uh-huh. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Let's see what the next name is. Oh no. Oh no. Ketsuron to sekinin. This should be like decision and duty. It is more like responsibility, but
ヘルメスにあの花を見せられ、これ
Okay,
で
yeah,
今
thank you.
日乗り越えられるといいな。
hmm.
ああ、お前か。私たちが話し合いに立ち会っている間、問題を起こしたりはしなかった。
Yeah, we weren't causing any trouble.
君も少しは休めたかい？
You
それ
gonna
ほどエ
rest?
ーテル量の少ない体じゃ疲れるでしょ。休憩
Okay, yeah, with that little ether, you must get tired quickly. What was the quest name? You saw it damn well, Patch. It was fucking. It was decision and responsibility, or decision and duty. If you're gonna make a Call of Duty joke here, Thickening is more like responsibility. I thought that Patch was still running a bit, actually. Anytime that Patch says anything, I'm assuming that he's lying. You can't trust him at all. That's a fair assumption. Right? But yeah, I apologize for the very scuffed stream. However, okay, so next time, considering that the stream is still dying, I'll go over the bonus... Oh, hey, what's up? I'll go over the bonus dialogue with, Emmett Selk. And probably go back over that cutscene, because hopefully the audio is still present in the VOD, but it might not be. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I don't actually really know what these are, but yes, thank you. What are these? Emotes. Whoa. Whoa. Thank you. I don't even know what that is. What is that one? Oh, warm up. Okay. Oh, that is an excellent emote. Yeah, it's died before in previous situations, and I think that the audio was kind of fucked up too. I'll just have to check it. Anyway, we aren't doing Metaphor on Friday because my brother is going to a weird Japanese island in search of the rarest cat on Earth, apparently. You know, that's just a thing he's doing. So, yeah, we'll go back over some of this next time. Especially, I want to like go over the English of that Hermes monologue, because I get the distinct feeling that people in, I think the English player base is not going to have fully understood or really been given the context to understand what they're doing with Hermes and Medion here. Because it definitely doesn't feel like he hates the rest of the people in Amaro, or, you know, in Utopia, rather, like the greater world, but rather that he is completely isolated by his overwhelming fear that nobody else has. Because all of it comes down to... Hang on, actually, there is a line that I want to check. Yeah, no. Like, we'll go over more of this next time. But... Oh, you don't need to do that, of course. But, okay, here. Like, yeah, some are scarcely born into this world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits, rage in anguish and cower in fear, and it is not beautiful. That is not what he said. He was talking about all life. He was placing himself in that too. Like, that's the thing. He was placing himself in it. Like, you know, in the Japanese it was like, you know, even those who had just been born and hadn't fulfilled anything. You know, when we put them down, we make all efforts to, you know, like, so that they won't in pain. But living things, when they sense that they are to be given death, like, feel, like, are frightened, scared, and rage. Like, and feel rage at their unjust fate. It is anything, like, their ends are anything but beautiful. Yeah, just saying, like, life and potential are abruptly extinguished. The point is that he was saying, like, he was making a direct comparison. He was saying, like, oh, you know, the, like, people, when they choose to die, are doing so because they fulfilled their purpose in life. But these things have just been born, they haven't fulfilled anything. What have they gotten to fulfill? Nothing. Like, that end is anything other than beautiful. You know, you can't possibly call it beautiful. And you even heard it in his voice when he said the line in Japanese, where he was like, he was choking up and kind of disgusted in it. When it's not just like, it is not beautiful. You know, there are many ways that you could translate that. Like, you could say, how could you possibly call that beautiful? Like, it is anything but beautiful. Well, whatever it is, it's gotta be something along those lines. But yeah, I am extremely interested in this. This is an excellent setup for a villain. You know, one of these two. Take your pick. Probably one of these Medion. Might not be this one. It might be one of the ones from space that, you know, becomes our villain. Or it might be Hermes. Either way. I'm onto you. I'm staring down Medion like fucking Dokes to Dexter. Insert Dexter clip here. I know what you are. Don't forget that. It is great. Yeah, that's really, like, that's not it. Like, that's just a result of the the translation of omoi to just emotion, which really weakens it. It really weakens the impact. Which one was it? Where was the dark emotion? Like, come on, man. I feel like this is funnier than anything I could possibly make up to make fun of them. I could not do worse if I tried. Congratulations. God, that's funny. A dark emotion. Somebody help me tame this animal I have become, etc. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me for right now. I'll check the VOD to try and see if hopefully it's not completely broken, but if it is, then I'll try and get it working for Sunday and we'll have to go back over stuff, which would suck. Hopefully it doesn't. And I will attempt to get to the bottom of these frame drops. But yeah, I'll see you guys on a Sunday. Things are getting good. I very much like where we're going with this. Peace out.